And we are live. Welcome to NFL Live Before Lock Showdown Edition, but it's for the whole day. It is 9 a.m. Eastern Time here on the East Coast, and this stream is not going to end until 1 p.m. We are going for the next 4 hours. I'm kicking it off. Then we're going to Greg. Then we've got Loughy and Ben. Then we've got Eric and Spags. We've got a completely full docket for week 4 in the NFL. So I need you guys to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you know when everything goes live. Follow me on Twitter at Josh Engelman. We're here. We've got some football today, and we've got some football a little bit earlier than we typically do. We got an early game today, folks, and we're in Ireland. So we are going to break down the game that kicks off in about a half hour, and we're going to do that over the next 28 minutes. So we're going to move pretty quickly. Now, I want to get this started for everybody right out of the gate. Football, not my wheelhouse. You know I'm an NBA guy. By the way, NBA previews dropping every single day on my Twitter feed if you're looking for them. Don't want to miss it. Blazers yesterday, Rockets the day before. Make sure you're following along. What I am exceptional at is building lineups in our simulation tools, whether it's our main sims or our single lineup sims. And that is all we're worried about for the next half hour. I want to dive into the data, see what's coming out of our sims, where we can make some moves. We're going to build a couple lineups on DraftKings. We're going to build a couple lineups on FanDuel, and then we're going to turn this one over to Greg. So, best I can tell right now, we need to get started. I've got the ownership on DraftKings pulled up just as a landing page for right now, so you guys can see that. Jordan Mason, Justin Jefferson, Carson Wentz, Kenneth Gainwell. Those 4 guys are all essentially 68% owned. Basically the same dude. Slightly different ownership in the captain spots, and we'll get to that. Obviously, Gainwell, a very different salary tier. But before this show started, I hopped into our contest sims, and I simulated 50,000 lineups for this single lineup, or for this single slate. All the data that you could possibly want to see is on the screen right now. So let's evaluate. What do the top 150 lineups look like from a construction standpoint for today? We'll start on the captain side. And don't worry, everybody. We're going to hop to FanDuel, and then we're going to build a couple on our own. So if you're here, if you're in chat right now, start getting your ideas together about how we want to build out these lineups, because I might just grab what you want me to build. Looking at the captain spot, I'm going to sort by projected ownership right now, and I think that'll give us a slightly better look for where we're getting. So that's a decent amount zoomed in. Let's scoot that way, and that way, that way, and that way. So, highest owned captain for this 9:30 game is Justin Jefferson, $16,200 captain salary. As you can see by the data on the screen right now, we're under the field on Justin Jefferson at the captain spot. Negative 7% leverage here. We only got 14 for everything that we could take for Justin Jefferson. We're giving it to Jordan Mason. So we're a little under on Jefferson at captain, a little over on Jordan Mason at captain. The other major item here is a lack of Carson Wentz in that captain spot. It's very flat everywhere else right around the field. Metcalf around the field, Rodgers around the field. It's a little bit of a stand on Hawkinson at captain, but we're talking about 5%. Ultimately, it's take a bit from Jefferson, give a bit to Jordan Mason. Seems like Carson Wentz is not going to be the guy at captain. Now, if we look at the top lineups, Jordan Mason The number one lineup that came out of the Sims, Jordan Mason is in that captain spot. If I shrink that a little bit and make that a little bit bigger, we can see the splits there. That's a 5-1 Minnesota. Kenneth Gainwell, Aaron Rodgers, Hawkinson, Caleb Johnson, Wentz. I mean, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lineups have different captains, and 7 of the top 8 have individually different captains. What I'm seeing here is that if you're not going to one of those 2 main guys coming out of our Sims, there's a lot of justification to getting to, as weird as this sounds, just about anybody. I mean, we got 3% of a $600 Caleb Johnson in the captain spot. So then what I'm also then curious about is if right now, if we're at the captain under on Jefferson and pretty massively under on Wentz. Oh, I missed another big stand on Steelers D captain is sneaking through with the second most positive leverage. They're essentially not captained in our player pool, just 1%. We got 7%. So put a pin in Steelers defense captain. And now let's look at this flex ownership for a second. You can see, while we might have been a little bit lighter on Justin Jefferson in that captain spot, we're not seeing it the same way at the flex. We're slightly north of the field. This, to me, is the major takeaway. You see Carson Wentz here with our flex exposure. We're also pretty significantly under the field on Wentz there, which means our overall ownership to Carson Wentz 9% light in the flex, 9% light in the captain spot. Chat, I'm going to open this one up to you guys right now. How are you feeling about Carson Wentz today for Minnesota? Because the Sims, at least the top lineups, not putting him in there as much as you would have expected. Some of the other moves that we have on DraftKings at the flex for today, very big stand on Vikings D. Big stand Caleb Johnson as the preferred pay down value option. We're getting a stand on Chris Boswell. Not surprised to see that. And we're also getting to a little bit more of the Steelers in the flex from a defensive perspective. So this is a pretty big stand on Steelers D, Caleb Johnson, and an anti-stand on Carson Wentz. Stephen Leibowitz says, I like Wentz at the price, but if you go over on Mason, it makes sense to go lower on Wentz, I guess. So let's take, it feels like, I want to see what some of these Steelers captain lineups look like. Tell me what you guys think about this. So if I say that the captain spot contains Steelers, the number one Steelers captain lineup. Now this is, I want to point this out so you guys can see this. You'll see this is the number one Sim ROI lineup for Steelers captain. Steelers captain, Aaron Rodgers, Calvin Austin, Boswell, Metcalf, Justin Jefferson. Do you see the cash rate here? 11.5%. You see, like, be aware of that, because that's what's happening when you take the Steelers and place them at captain. What happens when you win? Massive payout. You're not shopping with the same amount of people. So your frequency of winning might not be as high, but the portion of the player pool, or the portion of the prize pool that you take, will be much bigger. But when you have the Steelers at captain, you cash less frequently. So remember, these are the Steelers captain lineups. 11% cash, 19, 20, 18, 16, 17. You see this range, right? Watch what happens when I take that Steelers captain away. Look at some of the cash rates that are out there. With positive sim ROIs, I might add. 50, 40. I mean, these are all the top cash rates. We're all in the 20s and 30s. Big sim ROI numbers where you can look at this. Big sim ROI number, 22, 27, 26. So what you're doing when you go to something like the Steelers, these low-owned captains, is you're increasing the bite of the first prize you would get if you win. But when you don't win, you're not very likely to have a cashing lineup. Whereas when you go to those heavier ownership guys at the captain, you see that cash rate come up. And that's why you thread the needle on some of these lineups. But then if you get one of these with a single dupe, you start to see it look the same way. So be aware of that right now. We're going to hop to DraftKings ever so quickly to build an individual lineup. We're going to do it manually here. So right now, chat, I need you to get your answers in as fast as possible. I'm going to try to just glance at it as we can. I want to build a lineup, maybe two. I need a captain. Drop it into chat right now if you can. I also want to remind you guys, if you want to sign up at Stokastic, it's very easy. There's a link in the description of this video. If you've never signed up at one of our partners before, whether it's on the sportsbook side for like Fanatics or Caesars or BetMGM, Onyx odds, which I highly recommend. You're going to find much better lines on Onyx odds. Maybe it's pick'em sites like Better or Sleeper or Underdog. If you click the link in the description and sign up through one of our partners, our partners are likely to give you something, deposit bonus or bonus bets, something along those lines. You'll also pay us nothing. So if you sign up through Onyx odds with the link in the description, you get a month at Stokastic for no cost. You pay us nothing and you're signed up at Onyx odds. And these stack as well. So you can do this more than once if you're looking for it. All right, here we go. I got a big old list. Mason, Gainwell, Mason, Wentz, Minnesota defense captain. Interesting. A lot of Masons. A couple Hawks. Here's what we're going to do. Mason is definitely the overwhelming winner. We're going to build two lineups for DraftKings, and then we're going to take a look at FanDuel. The first lineup we build on DraftKings is going to be Mason. The second lineup that we build on DraftKings is going to be the Steelers defense. So let's get Jordan Mason in. Now, we're obviously taking a pretty big bite of ownership by going to Jordan Mason. So let's see what kind of value we can get with a relatively low-owned guy and see how that changes our construction. Caleb Johnson appears to be the guy from a value perspective at very low ownership. So I'm going to take Caleb Johnson as the pay down, only a $400 salary. If we have Jordan Mason, I am going to avoid Carson Wentz. I am going to add TJ Hawkinson because his value is relatively high for the salary. Now, at this point, I kind of want to, I'm going to take one more guy and then take the optimal final two guys. And I want to grab some projection here, but some decent valued projection. It feels like it should be Gainwell, but I'm going to hope that like Caleb Johnson somehow is this sneak, like gets the touchdown randomness here. So if I dodge Gainwell, I'm going to go Metcalf, not the best value. And then if I complete this lineup, it'll give me, we have 9,600 per player. It's probably going to be giving us Wentz and Rodgers, but it might be, it's going to be some combination of Jefferson, Wentz, and Rodgers, and I'm hoping it's not Wentz. It ends up being Jefferson and Metcalf. Wait, no, didn't I pick Metcalf? It's not important. Oh no, it gave us Gainwell and left 4K on the table. I was just looking at it wrong because I assumed it spent the salary, but it didn't. Now I'm expecting this to be negative. Let's see how it looks. I think we're leaving too much salary here. Yeah, negative 26.9. If I pull Metcalf, if I pull Gainwell, and I pull Jefferson here, it's going to reallocate the salary in a better way. No, it's not. It's literally giving us this. That's fascinating. All right, so if I just take that back out, I'm just going Jordan Mason and Caleb Johnson. I complete with Rodgers, Wentz, Johnson, and Gainwell. I don't want Wentz. So I'm going to put Metcalf back in. It just keeps giving me Wentz. Mason, Wentz, Metcalf, Jefferson, Johnson, Gainwell. We got to see it. Last time the Steelers had an international game, Le'Veon Bell got his first start. It was the same situation they have this week. Interesting. All right, so there's the Jordan Mason captain lineup, 44% sim ROI. Let's try to sneak one of those Steelers captain lineups in and see if we can build something positively. Steelers D in. I think we're also in this lineup going to take Will Reichard. And I'm just going to go with that. Steelers captain, Minnesota kicker, and then I'll just take whatever it gives me. Now, that's too heavy to Minnesota here for Mason, Jefferson, Gainwell, and Wentz. So if we're going to go to Pittsburgh defense, we probably want to lock in a relatively high salary Steeler to try to push down some of that Minnesota. So let's go. I'm going to go Metcalf. Now when we complete the lineup, Mason, Jefferson, Gainwell, we have Metcalf, Reichard, Steelers D, 2,700 on the table. Let's see what this looks like before we head over to FanDuel. And by the way, guys, there are 700 of you watching on YouTube right now. Hit that like button if you can. Helps us out a ton. Subscribe to the channel. Negative 12.8 on the Steelers D. What's the optimal if we just put the Steelers D there? Wentz, Mason, Jefferson, Gainwell, Hawkinson. Minnesota 4-2 with the Steelers D captain. I'll bet you this is the best one we've built. And don't forget, still tough, guys. Tough to find that individual Steelers lineup that grades out as something you really want it to be. It's tricky, man. It's real tricky. I'm trying to get it, and I can't get it positive. We saw it in the big sims, but we're not seeing it here. Don't forget, Greg is coming up next in about 12 minutes, and then you're getting Loughy and Ben going through every game on the main slate. That's the gold standard of NFL DFS coverage on a Sunday. Starts at 10:30. Or starts at 10 o'clock, rather. Not to undersell Greg, because Greg's going to do the goods as well. Let's move to FanDuel. I know you FanDuel crazies want to see this. So we are going to simulate a player pool for FanDuel. Garth says, what's the fascination with Steelers D? They've been terrible all year. Well, Garth, the main takeaway there is that you don't get fantasy points for how they played in weeks 1, 2, and 3. These guys get new salaries every week, and this is a salary optimization game. So it really doesn't matter how we feel about the Steelers. That's not all that important. All that matters is how do they project and how owned are they at their salary? Unless you change the projections, the Sims are convinced the Vikings win 8-2. All right, so we've got the first step of the player pool done for the Sims on FanDuel. Now let's run the main Sims and we can get an idea of where everybody stands for today. And if you want to take a quick peek at this ownership, Wentz at 11.2, Jordan Mason at 11.8. Obviously, the pay down structure on FanDuel very different. We don't have that $400 player, min salary, very different. 70% owned Wentz, however, is the most owned guy on FanDuel. So here are the Sims for FanDuel. And if I take the top 150 lineups, we take a look at the exposures, the MVP spot, very flat, but once again, it's the same takeaway we had on the DraftKings side. Carson Wentz 19% of the pool, tied for the highest MVP ownership on FanDuel, biggest negative leverage spot that we have here. Biggest positive leverage spot. Spoiler alert, we talked about this on the DraftKings side. Steelers defense. Steelers defense. Anthony just hit us with the super chat. He said, favorite captain for DK and any sermon love. Favorite captain is going to be one of two things based on what we just saw in the Sims. It's either going to be Jordan Mason, if you're willing to take on that ownership, might end up grabbing a couple extra dupes depending on how big your pool is, but it's just going to really increase your floor, still unlock your ceiling. Based on everything I'm seeing in the Sims right now, if you're really trying to take a shot at the tippy top of one of these lotto tournaments, I think it's still Steelers D. But your success rate is going to be very tiny. But when you're successful, it's going to be massive. The other big stand that we took at the MVP spot on FanDuel, you can see the positive leverage here. Number one is the Steelers. Number two is the Vikings. We looked into our sim data for last season. It was a lot of two tight end main slate recommendations, and they were underutilized when all was said and done. And from what I'm seeing here, there's an underutilization of defenses in the captain / MVP spot. The problem is you just simply succeed quite a bit less. So when it's not right, it stings. But you can see right out of the gate, the three top lineups on FanDuel right now: Wentz, MVP; Steelers, MVP; Vikings, MVP. Now, if we're looking at the flex side on FanDuel, it's a little bit flatter at the top. Those four highly owned guys in Gainwell, Mason, Rodgers, and Wentz, we're getting in and around the field on all of them. But our biggest leverage plays at the flex on FanDuel today be $7,200 Calvin Austin, projected for 25% ownership in the pool. We got to just 7. That is a negative 20% leverage. That's a massive number. Our Sims, at least as of right now, not big fans of Calvin Austin III. Little lighter on Jefferson and Hawkinson too, which I think is interesting. The big stands at the flex on FanDuel today: Will Reichert. So we're going kicker big stand, Chris Boswell, kicker big stand, Steelers D, Vikings D. Are you picking this up on the FanDuel side? We are taking stands on special teams. If you're playing on FanDuel today, Reichert, Boswell, Steelers, Vikings, they all seem to be under-owned, or at least slightly underpriced for the expected ownership that we have on the FanDuel side today. It appears to be a pretty nice defense and special teams day. That should get the people of Ireland excited. Everybody loves field goals. Let's build some single lineup sim FanDuel lineups for today. Chat, if you're here, if you're one of the people that desperately wanted to see this stuff for FanDuel, let me know who you want to see. Who should we put in at the MVP first? What kind of weird MVP would you like me to build? Because we've got a couple minutes left before I turn this one over to our boy Greg Ehrenberg, and he leads us up to 10 a.m. Nice to be back in the football streets, building out some lineups here, guys. I love getting into these tools. If you're not watching the perfect lineup that Loughy and I drop every week, you're nuts. We do one for Monday Night Football, we do one for Thursday Night Football, and we do one for the main slate. I'm not trying to give you football tips, folks. Loughy goes deep on different stack combinations, or for these games, different core plays. I just bring it back into the Sims and run the data. I'm the data guy. Loughy's the NFL smarts guy. Stephen Leibowitz going with Mason on the FanDuel side. Very creative. Thank you, Stephen. Just what we were looking for. Thanks, Chad. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of you for the next couple minutes, buddy. Yeah, you've been a real irritating nuisance, so I'll let Greg deal with you by the time I get out of here. All right, Steve, I'm going to go Mason now. Guys, get your weird ones in. So if we're going to go Mason, and then we're going to go to the flex, I'm going to go Vikings defense. I'm going to go Will Reichert, and then I'm going to just take the optimals. Rodgers, Wentz, Gainwell. I think we're biting off a lot of chalk here, and this one's not going to look that great. Looks pretty damn good with Mason there. Mason, Vikings kicker, Vikings D, Rodgers, Wentz, Gainwell. So now you know what we need to do. Ramsey, what's going on, man? Nice to see you. Let's try it out again. Steelers D into the MVP spot. Now, if we do that, I'm going to lean Gainwell. I'm going to lean Boswell. And I'm going to see what the next three are. Rodgers, Wentz, Mason, Steelers D, Boswell, Gainwell. 2,100 left on the table. This is going to be negative. Oh, sneaking into the positive at 7.4. We'll take it. We'll take it. I want to lock in. What if I lock in Justin Jefferson here and complete that with Steelers D? Jefferson, Mason, Gainwell, Wentz, Boswell, Steelers D, 900 on the table. I don't like this lineup with Wentz. Can I do a Vikings D, Anthony? Absolutely. We can do whatever we need to until Greg shows up. All right, we're back in the game. 43%. Anthony, let's see the Vikings D at the MVP spot on FanDuel for today. You are going to be very unique with this one. And obviously, you have 120 seconds to get these lineups in. Vikings D in. We'll get Chris Boswell in. And in this case, we'll take Carson Wentz. We complete the lineup with Jordan Mason, Aaron Rodgers, and Gainwell. Let's see how it looks with the Vikings defense. .5% sim ROI, 0.2% chance to win, 32% cash rate. That's actually a little bit higher than I would have expected for having a defense in at the MVP spot, but it is what it is here. I happen to see two friends of the program sitting on the back end right now, one of which I don't think is popping on. The other is going to be up next, guys. We have made it through a half hour. We've got Lock in 60 seconds for some Ireland football. Those guys are going to be, they must be so wrecked already. Just knocking back Guinnesses, taking the Brett Favre pick that he sent to Jen Sturger, getting that put on top of their Guinness. That's the move, man. That's the move. They'll etch that bad boy right on top of the foam. I speak from experience. They put this stupid face on the top of a Guinness, and then they wanted me to drink it. Why would I want to drink something of my face? Guinness already isn't very good. It's not going to be any better if it tastes like my head. Anyway, guys, Greg Ehrenberg is here. I have broken down DraftKings sims, FanDuel sims. We built some lineups, and the moral of the story, play the defense and the kickers. That's what we're going to see as we lock in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Greg Ehrenberg, have fun.
What is up? Good morning, guys. So hopefully you like the little 30-minute lead up to the early Sunday show or the early Sunday game that Josh did. And now, what you guys really give a shit about? The main slate. So I'm going to be here building lineups, going over our initial projections with you guys. Then Loughy and Ben are going to be doing the deep dive. And then Eric and Spags on Live Before Lock to go over any late breaking news, who they're getting the most exposure to at each position. So do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you have not already. And you guys know the deal. We're going to look at the initial projections here. And then also, we're going to build out some lineup. Got stuck on my spit there. My bad. Then we're going to build some lineups for FanDuel and DraftKings. So let's strap in, hang out for a little bit. And let's start by looking at the projections here that we have at the quarterback position. So here's what we got going on at quarterback. Lots of QBs this week project for more than 20 fantasy points. And it's been a little bit of a balancing act where it's been the expensive quarterbacks that are really popular one week, then the next week, it's the cheap quarterbacks, then the expensive quarterbacks. And we got another slate here where there's a lot of expensive quarterbacks that are projecting pretty well here. So you see here at the quarterback position, we got 5 QBs from north of 20 fantasy points. And I'm pretty sure these are the guys who are top 5 in MVP right now. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Herbert, all north of 20 fantasy points. Leading the way, it's Josh Allen, 24.5. And then you've got Lamar Jackson at 22.5. And then Hurts, Mahomes, Herbert, all just over 20 fantasy points. As far as ownership goes at the quarterback position, it's pretty spread out. There isn't anybody who's crazy popular. Geno Smith, he had a big game last week. He's right now projecting for 10% ownership, but nothing real crazy chalk. It's pretty spread out at the quarterback position. Couple of guys in Geno Smith and Drake May in the mid 5K range pulling some ownership. And then it's the most expensive guys we just went over before. At the running back spot, let's see what we got here. At running back for projections, we have Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, and James Cook all over 20 fantasy points. And Christian McCaffrey, I don't know how you say anything about him other than his volume is insane, because from an efficiency standpoint, he's been terrible this year. He's averaging 3.2 yards per carry. His work as a pass catcher has also been wildly inefficient. He's got 32 targets this year for 213 yards. So he's averaging, what does that work out to be, like 6.5 yards per target or something like that? But 22 carries week 1, 13 carries week 2, 17 carries week 3, targets 10 week 1, 7 week 2, 15 week 3. If he's going to be getting 25 to 30 touches every game, what are you going to do about it? You just have to project him for a lot of fantasy points. And now, if he just has decent-ish, just decent kind of efficiency, what if we could get him to 9 yards per target and 4 yards per carry? Then all of a sudden it's a guy who's going to be projecting for like 30 fantasy points each week. So I think with Christian McCaffrey, he's a piece of chalk who's going to be really hard to get away from. And a lot of people might look at this projection and say 25 fantasy points. It's a lot. It might not even be enough based on the amount of work that he's getting lately. So he's projecting way above every other running back. If we look at the ownership, Christian McCaffrey, really popular for all the reasons I just went over. He's projecting for right around 40% ownership. James Cook and Amari and Hampton, they're both around 20% owned apiece. Then there's a big drop-off before we get to the guys in the teens like Kyron Williams, Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson. Value at the running back position, we have Amari and Hampton leading the way. There's no Najee Harris there for the Chargers anymore after he blew out his Achilles. And I'll tell you what I thought was going to happen. I thought we were a week or two away from Najee Harris starting at running back for the Chargers, considering the Amari and Hampton had that key fumble Monday Night Football a couple weeks ago. Then before the Najee Harris injury last week, he was out snapping and out touching Amari and Hampton. Then he blows out his Achilles. And now all of a sudden, Amari and Hampton, who the Chargers used a pretty decent amount of draft capital on, he's the guy in the backfield. And I think that is going to be the case at least for now. If he struggles again this week, next week, maybe they end up bringing in like Gus Edwards or somebody else to sign, whoever's available as a free agent. But for right now, I think we've got Amari and Hampton in a not like the easiest matchup against the Giants run defense, but a really good game script where the Chargers are favored by a touchdown. They should be running out the clock in the later stages. The second best points per dollar value at the running back position in our projections, it is Christian McCaffrey. So it really goes to show even $8,500 what that volume is doing for him. as him being at 8,500, one of the top points per dollar plays on the entire slate as well. Then you got Kyron Williams, James Cook, Cam Scatterbo also benefiting from the absence of Tyrone Tracy, one of our other top points per dollar running backs there. Wide receiver. See what we got at wide receiver. Wide receiver, Puka Nacua leading the way. One thing that's really nice about making Ram stacks is there's only two guys who are really getting targets. Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams. Matt Stafford doesn't really run the football either, especially not at this point in his career. So if you stack Stafford and he has a big game, it is going to be Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams who are getting that production there. So that's Puka Nacua leading the way. That's a stack that I definitely have interest in, is that Matt Stafford, Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua double stack. And then a 6 fantasy point gap between Puka Nacua and the rest of the wideouts. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Nico Collins, each over 17 fantasy points. Then Devontae Adams, actually the 4th highest projected wide receiver for us at 16.13. And this also brings us to a pivot point that I like. There was a couple of pivots that I liked last week that really, really helped me to be profitable. One of them ended up being very lucky, which was, if you guys remember, we talked about it on this show last Sunday. There was 2 pivot points I really liked. One of them was getting off of CeeDee Lamb and going to George Pickens. That one was very lucky. Ended up paying big dividends for me, but I did not know, obviously, that CeeDee Lamb was going to get hurt on his very first touch of the game. The other part of last week as well that ended up being really beneficial didn't end up being beneficial. This one ended up being a wash, but it was all part of the same game stack. It was going to DJ Moore over Rome Odunze. They were basically, they ended up being more or less the same player. I got to, in terms of fantasy points, so I got much lower ownership on my Cowboys-Bears game stacks versus the field because I went DJ Moore and George Pickens as the primary guys who I was rostering there. So Devontae Adams, I know he's dealing with the hamstring injury, but with that said, I'm not massively concerned about it. His props are still pretty significant. And then also, if you look at what we have in our data here, you're getting him at considerably lower ownership than what you're getting on Puka Nacua. And some of that is because of some of the risk that involves the hamstring. But for me, like I said, I'm not overly concerned about it. And when you're talking about how to get leverage in large field GPPs, it's not always about making the safest play. And Puka Nacua projected for 40% ownership. I think this is a real spot of leverage for us for the slate. Let's see. Ownership at wide receiver. Yeah, Puka Nacua, nearly 40% owned here. Then you got Jacoby Myers and Chris Olave, the 2 other wide receivers over 20% owned. Value at the position. We've got Jacoby Myers, Puka Nacua, Chris Olave, Drake London, Devontae Adams, Trey Tucker on the low end at $4,200. He broke the slate last week, and he's projecting okay for this slate. Not anything like extraordinary, but there aren't any super punt cheap wide receivers that look all that good. It's more so guys in the 5K range like Chris Olave, who's drawing north of 10 targets every game, and Drake London. Tight ends now. Here's what we got for tight ends. You've got Brock Bowers leading the way. I want to be early to Brock Bowers. He's also been banged up with a knee injury the last couple of weeks. He looked great in week 1 until, halfway through the 3rd quarter, sprains his knee. But now you got a situation where he's getting slowly healthier and healthier each day. Each day, Brock Bowers is getting a little bit healthier. Is he going to be 100% today? Maybe, maybe not. But I would rather roster Brock Bowers before we know he's 100% than after, because then you're going to miss out on a big game for him. So I'm going to be overweight to the field to Brock Bowers. And you also got Tyler Warren, Travis Kelce, Sam Laporta, Hunter Henry, Juwan Johnson, Zach Ertz, all projecting for around 10 fantasy points. Ownership at tight end, it's pretty spread out. You got just over 10% ownership to Warren and Bowers. That's it for double-digit owned guys. And then value at the tight end spot, you got Brenton Strange, Tyler Warren, and Hunter Henry as the top value tight ends. So now, let's start building some lineups. We've laid the groundwork for some of the top players in our projections. Let's get to building. And are there any questions for us in Discord? Not at the moment. If you guys are a Stokastic sub and you have questions for me, hit me up in Discord. If you are not a Stokastic sub, you can sign up using any of the links that we have down below in the YouTube description box, or take advantage of our link join offer, which also, by the way, link join, we've got a new partner added to the link join. That's Onyx. So if you guys haven't checked out Onyx, they are available in over 40 states. So even if you don't maybe usually have access to sportsbooks, there's a very good chance that you do have access to Onyx odds. Like, for example, Eric lives in Los Angeles. FanDuel and DraftKings don't operate there, but Onyx does. So go check out if you have Onyx. They've got really good welcome offers. And just because it is new to our link join program, there's a really good chance you guys have not yet signed up at Onyx. So if you sign up at Onyx using that link that we have down below and just follow the steps that are on page for the link join page, you're going to get yourself a free month of Stokastic access. So go ahead and go check that out because, yeah, that's a really, really good way for you to get some free Stokastic subs and then also signing up for any of the other partners that are on the link join page there. So let's build a lineup now. Where do we want to start for this slate? Let me look at some of my exposures and figure out where do I want to start with my very first lineup. I'm actually going to go with the one that I talked about a little bit as we went over the wide receivers, and that is going to be going with a Matt Stafford double stack. So we'll go Stafford with Nacua and Adams. These two guys combined are making up for like 3/4 of all of the targets in the Rams offense. So with that in mind, like I said before, if Matt Stafford has a big game, it almost certainly means Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams have a big game because Stafford isn't going to be running the football and he isn't going to be targeting other guys. If he throws for over 300 yards, there's a pretty good chance it means Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams both had 100-yard games. All right, so I am going to go with Tyler Warren as a run back. And then if somebody in chat wants to know, am I just going to be doing DraftKings? No, I go back and forth. I am answering whatever questions I end up getting to as well. And a lot of times the questions are geared a little bit more towards DraftKings, but I go back and forth between building DraftKings and FanDuel lineups. All right, let's go. So we've got Stafford, Nacua, Adams, and Tyler Warren all locked in here. And let's just go with 10% ran this. I'll just use the optimizer around these players to see who the rest of the lineup gets filled in with. We ended up having Ashton Genty. I'm not super high on him for this week, but whatever, landing in the lineup, it's not the end of the world. Jacoby Myers, Hunter Henry, Lions defense. So it ended up being a double tight end lineup. Let's see how this sims. Let's see how it comes out. We'll see how this one looks. And then I see we got a super chat from Michael Wynn as well. So we'll hit on that in a second. I've also got to wait for you guys to win a free sim sub as well. Cool. All right. 86.7% sim ROI. Pretty good start there. Pretty good. I'd be good to roll that lineup out. Like I said, I don't necessarily love Ashton Genty, but if that individual lineup comes out well, I would be good with rolling it out. All right, let's see. What is the super chat of lineup here for Michael? So Michael is asking, would I consider going Kyren Williams in the Rams D as a way to get away from the Puka ownership in order to get some more McCaffrey? Yes, I think that is also another way to get yourself a little bit of leverage off of Puka Nacua and the Rams passing game. Here's what you could do. You could go to Kyren Williams. Let's build a lineup around this and see how it sims out. So we'll go Kyren Williams. We'll go with the Rams defense. I don't think it needs to have the Rams defense, by the way. It could, because I don't love the Rams defense for this slate. It could just be going to Kyren Williams and then not playing Puka Nacua. But if you want to, just for the purpose of what he's saying here, we're going to put in Kyren Williams. We'll go to the Rams D. He also wanted to play Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, and then let's figure out another stack that we like around here. Let's go to Geno Smith. That's another quarterback who I like for the slate. Let's go Geno at quarterback. And let's pair Geno with Jacoby Myers and Brock Bowers. I wouldn't be surprised if Trey Tucker ends up being a little bit more popular than what his projected ownership is, just because he was so outrageously good at low ownership and broke the slate last week that I think that might be something that resonates with a lot of people, and they might chase the point and just put him in lineups. I don't necessarily have an issue with Trey Tucker. I just think there's a good chance he ends up being more popular than what his ownership projection is. All right, let's go to, I'll put a Dunzi in here as a run back. He's much more modestly owned, 10% this week. Last week, he was nearly 40% owned in the Millie Maker. It was one of the reasons why I like DJ Moore as a leverage point off of him. But Geno Smith to Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers, Roma Dunze as a run back. We got Kyren Williams and Christian McCaffrey in here. So what do we got? We got $4,700 in average salary remaining. All right, who's a modestly priced wide receiver here? Let's go to Loughy at $5,100. And then I'm just going to click show affordable players here. That'll hide the guys we can't get to. All All right, projection. Yeah, I'm cool. I'll just put a Hunter Henry here in the flex. Let's sim this out and see how it looks. So this would be looking at the Rams to score their touchdowns on the ground as opposed to through Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and Matt Stafford. Also came out looking pretty good, 53% sim ROI. Yeah, Micah win. I think that's a very viable way to go about building lineups. No issues with that at all. No issues at all. Let's clear this one. Let's go to FanDuel now. Let's build up a FanDuel lineup. Haven't looked over there yet. All right, so what do I want to start with on the FanDuel side of things? Let's see, lineups I've built so far. What do some of my exposures look like? All right. Let's go to Justin Herbert here. Here's another stack that I like that I think is going to go a little bit overlooked for the week. Justin Herbert to Ladd McConkey going up against the Giants here. So far through a few games of the year, Ladd McConkey has not played poorly. He actually has a better separation score this season than he did last season. The difference is he's just competing with more guys for targets. You've got for the Chargers, Keenan Allen, he looks back at peak form. Quentin Johnston, he's breaking out this year. Ladd McConkey, he's not playing poorly. He just hasn't had quite the same production as last year because he's lost out on some targets. But I don't think that is going to be the case forever going forward. And I think this is the perfect time to buy low on Ladd McConkey at 7% ownership. So I'm going to start here with Justin Herbert and Ladd McConkey. And then at running back, I'm going to plug in Cam Skattebo as a run back. Skattebo drew 8 targets last week. I don't know what the Giants are going to look like with Jackson Dart at quarterback, but I know this. Cam Skattebo is $5,400 on FanDuel. That is an egregious price tag on him. And if he got 8 targets last week and then is also getting, 10 plus rush attempts, we could be looking at a near min price running back who's getting passing game work, who's going to be getting 20 plus touches. So I like Cam Skattebo on DraftKings as well as FanDuel. I come a little bit more on FanDuel just because the $5,400 price tag is so cheap there. All right. Herbert, Skattebo, McConkey. I'll lock all these in. So if the lineup doesn't end up simming out well, we could try to re-roll it. Who else do we want to get to? I want to get McCaffrey in this lineup still. I do want to play McCaffrey as much as I possibly can in lineups. Tight end. Can we go to Bowers? 57.50 left. All right, I'm just going to complete the rest of it and see if it looks okay. If it's something I feel comfortable with. If not, I might have to take some guys out. No, this is fine. By the way, Omarion Hampton still showed up in the lineup. Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers. Yeah, but there's nobody in this lineup I hate or anything like that. I don't love playing the Falcons defense, but whatever. They're nearly min price over on FanDuel. They're like the 4th or 5th cheapest defense. If that's what it takes to fill out a lineup, it's not the end of the world. Looks pretty good. 54.4% sim ROI. All right. Also, want to let you guys know, if you head on over to Tails.bet, there's a couple ways you can get here. You could either download the Tails app. You could just go to Tails.bet right in your search browser. You could find myself on here. You could find Loughy. You could find Ben. You could find all the guys you see here on shows. You could find over on Tails, and it is totally free. But there's also a couple things that you should be aware of that are going on Tails. First off, I lost a bet to Loughy over the course. We actually lost 2 bets to Loughy recently. So one thing that we did is we built a single entry lineup together. Loughy, by the way, because I see that you're in the wings waiting to go on. Text me your Venmo because I do have to pay you. So anyway, I lost a bet to Loughy. And as a result, I owe him 2 single entry lineups that we built together. If we happen to win the SPY this week, that's the single entry contest that we're playing together. This is the lineup that we built out preliminarily on the Wednesday single lineup sim show together. If you guys like this post, just go over to Tails, like this post. If we win, we come in first place in the SPY, we're going to be giving away $1,000 to one person who likes this post. So go over to Tails, like that post by Loughy, follow him. Also follow me. I'm going to show you how you could find both of us. You just type in Loughy, and Loughy showed up. Same thing. Go here, type in Greg, and you'll find me. I also have a giveaway going on my page. Also, follow me. Right here, pinned to my profile. These are top 5 sim ROI lineups for FanDuel and DraftKings. This might be of use to you to help you build your lineups, see who some of the top players are at the Sims are liking. If you like this post, just this fire emoji down here, you're going to be entered into a giveaway. One random person who likes this post is going to get a free NFL Weekly Core Sim subscription, and I'm going to be announcing the winner tomorrow morning on the Monday morning NFL Showdown Strategy Show that I do with Loughy. So go to Tails, like those posts, and give yourself a chance to win some free stuff, and also find a bunch of bets as well. All right, let's get back to building some lineups here. I'm going to go back over to DraftKings. Are there any other super chats for us? Not at the moment. Let's go and see if there's any questions in Discord. Nothing right now. All right, so I can just build whatever I want to then. I'm going to make a new lineup. Like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Oh, we do have another super chat here. See you at the top. DraftKings lineup. Mahomes, Cook, Hampton, Puka Nacua, Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce, Derrick Henry, Browns defense. I think that Xavier Worthy could be a little bit sneaky this week. This was a shoulder injury for Xavier Worthy, right? This wasn't a hamstring injury. This wasn't an ankle sprain. So he should be well conditioned. Like it's not like a shoulder injury is preventing him from doing cardio or anything like that. And I also don't think that they have to expressly limit his snaps because he had a shoulder injury in the same way they might for a lower body injury. So I think this is a potential sneaky guy to get into lineups. We know the kind of upside that Xavier Worthy has, and he's $5,800. I'll guarantee you he's going to be more than $5,800 going forward. That's for sure going to be the case. All right, so you had Kelce at tight end to complete your stack. And then you have Cook, Hampton, Puka Nacua at wide receiver. You had Adonai Mitchell as one of your other pass catchers. I'm not sure how this one's going to sim out. I don't think our data likes Derrick Henry very much for this slate. I don't know that you need a run back in that lineup, but if this doesn't end up simming out well, then we'll try taking Henry out and getting to Christian McCaffrey instead and see what kind of a difference that makes. Let's sim it out. Who knows? Sometimes there are lineups I think are going to look good that end up being bad. Sometimes lineups I don't think that sim well that end up coming out looking good. All right, not too bad. Not like more of a neutral lineup, 2.8% sim ROI. But let's see if we take Derrick Henry out. All right, let's take out Derrick Henry. Let's take out Puka Nacua and James Cook. Let's just see if we plug in McCaffrey. And then I'm going to set this to 0% randomness and just have it complete the lineup from here and see what it looks like. All right, so Jacoby Myers ended up getting plugged in. Still ended up with Puka Nacua. Let's see how this looks. It kept most of your core lineup the same. We just made a couple of swaps. So we got Christian McCaffrey in the lineup instead of Derrick Henry. And then I see Devon also has a super chat there for a lineup to look at. Avi. Okay, so I see Avi has a FanDuel lineup for the build. All right, this ended up coming out a little bit better. 19.5% sim ROI. Just kind of goes to show what happens if you just plug in any other pay-up running back instead of Christian McCaffrey. You just go to Christian McCaffrey instead, and you can get a lineup that's like 15 to 20% expected better from an ROI standpoint. Let's see. What is Devon's lineup? DK lineup. Jackson, Irving, Hampton, Flowers, Kirk, Shepard, Andrews, Cook, and the Pats defense. I will once again say I do not think this lineup is going to sim out well. Although last one I didn't think was going to come out well. It didn't end up being great, but it wasn't like terrible either. All right. Bucky Irving, Amari and Hampton, Flowers, Kirk. I think you're just missing on too many of the players who are projecting well in our data for this to come out positively. Kirk, Shepard, Andrews, Cook, and the Pats defense. James Cook. All right, what do you guys think this is going to sim out at? I'm going to say like a negative 20% sim ROI. We'll see. What I'll try to do after this is I'll take out everybody but Lamar, Flowers. All right, pretty good guess. As a negative 20%, it's negative 19. Let's go Lamar, Flowers, Andrews. But let's clear it and then just optimize around these three guys and see what the data gives us. Hampton, Scadaboo, Nakua, Jacoby Myers, Brenton Strange, Lions defense. So Mark Andrews just moves from the tight end spot to the flex. That's just to accommodate the starting times of the different players here, to give the lineup a little bit more flexibility in the later stages of the game, in case something unexpected happens, like somebody getting ruled out. But let's sim this out. And I'm just going to be on for a few more minutes, guys. Then I'm turning it over to Ben and Loughy. So if you haven't done yet, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. So there you go. You got to a 43.8% sim ROI lineup instead. I know that we had to make pretty significant changes, but I kept your core stack together with Lamar to Flowers and Andrews. And, you know, sometimes you just have to go back to the drawing board and re-roll everything. All right, let's see. What was Avi's lineup? Avi has a FanDuel lineup for us. Let's go back over to FanDuel. It is, a Jackson Dart lineup. All right, let's try it. So you got Jackson Dart with Cam Scadaboo, which I don't love Jackson Dart for the slate. But with that said, if you are building a Jackson Dart lineup, considering that Cam Scadaboo had 8 targets last week, I think that Scadaboo is a viable stacking partner with him. All right, Amari and Hampton. And then you've got Wan'Dale Robinson, Puka Nacua, Ladd McConkey. I spelled Puka wrong. McConkey. And then you also have Ertz, McCaffrey in the Texans defense. I'm interested to see how this one ends up looking. I don't hate this lineup. Dart is far from my favorite quarterback to be rostering on the slate, but he's cheap enough and talented enough that it's not crazy to think he could have a decent fantasy game. He's got rushing upside as well. I haven't run too many Dart lineups through the single lineup sims for today or yesterday when I was playing around with it, so I don't know how this one's going to look. All right, 27.7% sim ROI. Nice. That's fine. No issues with that at all. Just a couple minutes left. We got a DraftKings Dart lineup from Bando in chat. So I'll plug this one in before I hand the show over to Loughy and Ben. I'll take Devon's lineup off the screen here. All right, so final DraftKings lineup. Maybe Dart is going to pull some ownership, just based on the fact that we got 2 of these in a row. By the way, Bando misspelled Puka Nacua's name in the exact same way that I just did when I was trying to enter him into a lineup. Does it mean something? No, probably not. Is it interesting? Also, not really, but it was notable. Hampton and Scadaboo. And then he's got Puka Nacua, Malik Neighbors. Nakua, Neighbors, and I assume you mean Wan'Dale Robinson. You said Will Robinson. I'm just going to assume you mean Wan'Dale Robinson. This might be a little bit too aggressive of a stack for me. You're going to Jackson Dart triple stack. Neighbors, Robinson, and Scadaboo. Then you put a Rondé Gadsden in at tight end. McCaffrey in the Pats defense. Yeah, I don't like this lineup. I don't know how it's going to sim out. I don't like it, though. Like, what do you need? You're looking for Jackson Dart against one of the best teams in the NFL. To do what in his debut? Throw for like 360 yards and 4 touchdowns? It's a lot. That's aggressive. All right. Well, I'm the idiot here. It came out simming pretty well. I still don't like the lineup, but our data does. Dart, Hampton, Scatterbo, Wandell Robinson, Malik Neighbors, Puka Nacua, Gadsden as a run back, Christian McCaffrey, the Patriots defense. Look at that. Bando, you built the lineup the data likes there. It likes it more than I do. Thank you guys very much for watching. If you have not done yet, like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Head on over to Tails. Loughy and Ben are about to come on. Don't forget, giveaways over on Tails. A chance to win $1,000 if Loughy and I take down the Spy this weekend. A chance to win a free Stokastic sub if you like the post that's pinned to my profile with top 5 similar raw lineups for DraftKings and FanDuel. So go check those out before you guys finish up your day and building your lineups, because you got a chance to head on over to Tails, get free bets, win some free stuff as well with zero cost to yourself. There's no reason to not take advantage of it. Good luck with your lineups, guys. I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Hey, hello. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Stokastic.com NFL Deeper Dive Week 4 edition. Yeah, about almost a month into the year, and we've got a phenomenal 11-game slate. You got Dublin, Ireland going on right now. Did the Steelers score, Ben? I saw them. It was 2nd and goal at the 1.
Kenneth Gainwell. Right into
my
the end zone.
favorite.
Yeah. Well, that was a weird. I don't know about you, and maybe I just missed news. I woke up to Jaylen Warren sitting, and I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked by that.
Really? I wondered, like, as I saw that break, it was like 7 a.m. or something, 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I'm thinking, did I miss something yesterday? Like, was there? Apparently not, because I jumped over onto the live odds screen at OddsShopper. I was like, are there any angles here? And everything was pulled. So I don't think the book saw it coming either.
No, I don't think so. In fact, I think if you were quick to it, you may have been able to slide in some Gainwell stale lines out there. But no, I was resting. It was a long, emotional college football slate yesterday. A lot of good, a lot of bad. So I'm excited to get into this different slate than last week. That's for sure.
I was not home all day. Typically Saturdays, I just take time with the family and everything, and I try and disconnect. But at night, I like to go on and see what I missed. And, I leave the college to you for the most part. And I go in and I see all these people saying how betting is rigged because was it Indiana, Iowa?
Yeah, I had Iowa in that game, for the record.
Exactly. And I tweeted, I was like, the cognitive dissonance with some people has gotten so bad to the point where their brains cannot even compute now that people are able to bet the other side of a game, right? Like they just assume that it's rigged because if they're on one side, everyone else has to be on that side. It's like, no, there are other people going, thank you, God. Like they just got a massive break in that game. And they're saying, hey, maybe it's today that you may have converted half of the rigged people, or yesterday saying, oh, maybe it's not rigged. Although they're probably like, oh, it's rigged, but I just must have been on the side they didn't want me to bet. Like, it's so silly, man.
Yeah, it's very disturbing. It didn't even, for the record, that only really affected you if you got a really good line. Iowa closed at +9.5, so no.
Right, exactly. And that's the
deal.
other thing, right? So I know there were 6.5s and 7s out there earlier in the week.
Very early, yeah.
Right.
All my Iowa exposure was. Now, I will say real quick, and then we'll dive right in, I promise. I'm not exactly sure why they needed to take a negative 40-yard safety.
They didn't need to. He went down at the 15.
Yeah.
I think some of it might just be like you're a quarterback and you're trying to do everything you can to not screw this up. You're not looking at the clock. You're just, that even if you take a safety, it doesn't actually matter, right? Yeah. So, like that to me, that's all it is. Who's the quarterback for Indiana?
Mendoza.
So he's the one that ran into took the safety. People are talking like Mendoza. he knew the spread.
Yeah,
Victor, you
that's
shut
really
up.
good.
Anyway, good morning to everybody. Glad to have you with us. I'm excited for this Sunday. I'm looking at an 11-game slate. I love these 11 gamers, Ben. That means nothing as far as results are concerned, right? But I like to go into it. Thinking, that
My slate.
yeah, you want to go into it feeling good, right? Listen, I always say it. To me, it's the journey over destination. Unless the destination ends up being somewhere I want to be. But oftentimes with the NFL, it isn't. So enjoy it. Enjoy researching throughout the week, putting lineups together. Enjoy putting your lineups together today because, hey, by 1:30, you may just be sitting there going, should have taken the day off. But all we need is one. Am I wrong? Like all in the NFL season. And you know what? Sometimes it takes until the playoffs. All you need is one.
Could be any slate at any time. All you need is one. Somebody right here watching or on the show, God willing, could win $1 million in just 6-8 hours from now. So
yep.
That's a cool feeling, and it's a fun slate. So yeah, we're going to dive into it. We got some good vibes. We're of course going to recap some of last week too. Yeah, let's get into it.
Let's do it. Happy to have you guys with us. If you don't mind, Ben, what should they do? Take a single second to maybe, I don't know.
Maybe hit that like button. It's free. It helps us out.
Sickening.
Why not?
Atone for your sins is what he meant.
I was getting there.
Okay. Sorry. I got a little aggressive. Atone for your sins this fine Sunday morning. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe. Ben will tell you every time it's free. Takes nothing outside of a little generosity and a single second of your time. And some say it brings you good luck in the DFS street some days. So let's make it happen. What's that?
So that's a fact. You know.
I think so too.
Yeah. And we'll set a line. By the way, can we take a victory lap? I absolutely nailed our like count last week.
You did nail it. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for you today. It's the first Europe game.
Yeah,
Typically viewership's a little lower here during the Europe game, which I don't know why people wouldn't just multitask,
Yeah, God me. I don't know. But we'll factor that in. No worries. We'll see.
Do we clear 500?
Yeah, but not fine. I'll throw out a tepid line right now. Go 537.
All right, 537. Appreciate you guys in advance. We'll get to 538 for sure. All right. So I guess you're saying 536.5. Like we need 537.
Yeah, no, I'm saying there could be a push today.
We could push. Okay.
We could push. It's possible.
If you push on 537, it'd be one of the wildest things.
That would be a good omen, but not really.
Yeah. Goody, as a big Steelers fan, I'm struggling with multitasking, watching the game, and I get it, dude. Trust me. I get it. But you're here and you're figuring out a way, and that at the end of the day is all that matters. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited about this slate. This will be one of those weeks now that we're into week 4, and I think we have some decent data. But also, Ben, I think you have a lot of noise as well, right? Like, I love being 3, 4, 5 weeks into the season where people think they have enough information and data to draw like concrete conclusions. You know what I mean? Doesn't that sometimes give us the edge in a few, or at least at the very least, a perceived edge going into these games in a few spots that people may just be out on players, or they may have abundant praise for these guys when maybe 3 weeks has not been enough to actually solidify them as like the guy when it looks like they are.
Definitely, even with teams. And we're gonna sneak in some takes on teams, whether it's from betting or just from a stacking standpoint. Come on, the book has not been written. Everybody, me included, we overreact. There's some things that we know, but then there's a lot of things that I think we're gonna look back and say, "Wow, what a weird start for a team that ended up being terrible or very, very good." And so that is an opportunity. There's a couple players that I am definitely buying low on today, I think you could call it, and going to be way overweight, and they haven't had a good start to the season.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm with you. So let's dive into this one. And where are we at here? Yep, Philly, Tampa Bay. Self-producer extraordinaire, Dave Loughran, doing my best I can to keep us flowing through the next hour and a half, Ben. And if you notice any mess-ups, chat. If you see something, you go off. You're off. Appreciate you. you see me off my game, you see me forget to switch to another screen when I'm talking, let me know. I can handle the criticism. I take it constructively. All right, let's make it happen, dude. Philly, 3.5-point favorites against Tampa Bay. Baker's expected to play. He was questionable. Mike Evans, I think to the surprise of nobody, is out today. You hear Mike Evans' hamstring injury, it's just immediate that he's not playing the following week. Look, like he's one of probably the most underrated receivers ever, in the sense of like everyone looks at him as good but not great. Yet I think if he had 1,000 yards this year, he'd be the only guy to do it in, what would it be now? Like 11 straight seasons or something stupid, like 9 or 10 straight seasons. So there's that. He's out. You get Chris Godwin, right? Back for week 4. But I really don't know how limited he is going to be. He's expected to play. Let's start on the Tampa Bay side. Todd Bowles, first of all, has had Jalen Hurts and Sirianni and the Eagles number for a while now. That's just a fact, okay? I know last game A.J. Brown and Devonta were out last year, but nevertheless, like, he has had their number. Jalen really struggles against them, and Baker Mayfield has performed well on top of that, although the Philly defense looks a lot better than they have in years past. With Godwin expected to play, my expectation is he's limited. And then Emeka Egbuka just being fantastic through his first 3 games. What do you make of this Tampa offense? And are you looking to get to the run game as well?
So, yeah, I mean, that's actually where I'm going to start, because naturally you look at, okay, no Mike Evans. This opens up a huge spot on the outside. Egbuka, who's been fantastic. Does Godwin fill right in? I'm a little skeptical. I'm not going to lie. Not that he can't contribute, but you're certainly not getting some type of discount price-wise. He's immediately thrown into the fire. So I look to Bucky, who hasn't been efficient per se, but my God, 25 carries, 4 targets. He's 4 more targets in every single game. I mean, he could flirt with 30 touches again. When you're talking about that type of volume, even in tough matchups, which this is, I think that's what you have to start with. I'm not going to get to Baker. Egbuka, I think, is fine, but to me, Bucky is just going to get a lot of opportunities, even in a tough matchup. He doesn't need to be that efficient.
I actually kind of love that you're kicking the show off with the philosophy that we've kind of preached all season long and going back to many other years, but kind of talking about it a lot this year, especially given some soft pricing that's allowed it to get easier for us, where you're saying, hey, if there's a guy that is not all that popular, but he's talented and could shoulder a legitimate 20-plus touch game, where on a slate where you have a crazy amount of ownership going to some of these other guys like Christian McCaffrey and Amarian Hampton and James Cook, right? And Cam Scatterbo, I think, will be even a little bit more popular than that. I mean, Bucky Irving is getting sub 10% right now, Ben. He may be a good example of one of those, hey, play a good player at low ownership because he's a good player.
Well, there's a few of those today. To me, even though we're not talking about the game, Derrick Henry would be at the top of that list. Like there are some good players who are in buy low spots. And I think we all agree, or at least I agree, that those guys are, when you play in a really tough matchup, you're less likely and your floor is impacted. But to me, their ceilings are always perpetually out there because they're just really good players. I don't know if Bucky's to that level, but I feel really confident he's going to give you a lot of opportunities. White certainly will contribute as well, but I think that's kind of where I'm going to look today. If I get to a lot of bucks, which I will not, it's just going to be some skill position players.
Yeah. I mean, right now, the only buck we're getting is Bucky Irving.
Yeah.
And
I don't think that's crazy. Egbuka, I think, is warranted, but
yeah, I don't hate it. If you got to like maybe a little Cade Otton or Egbuka just because he's so good and he's not going to be very popular. But do you think that we're going to see limited route participation for Chris Godwin in his first game back in what, almost a calendar year? I mean, wasn't that like week 7 or 8 of last season that he went down with Evans in that primetime game against the Ravens?
It's been a while. It's a long season. It was obviously you're talking an ankle. I find it kind of a stretch to think. I know he logged like full practices and they've waited to get him back, but that's a tough ask. Even if he didn't have these concerns, he wouldn't be a slam dunk at that price point in this matchup. So that just makes it very difficult for me.
On the Philly side, I don't love them either. You know what? you guys watching, and appreciate you guys spending your morning with Ben and myself. I think he would say the same. Maybe I'm just gun shy on this team, but and look, I took a big stand on AJ and Hurts singles last week. Like that was the big spot. I'm getting there. I don't care what happened. I genuinely don't care. I looked pretty dumb at halftime. And then it ended up being that Hurts and AJ both had great games. But that was because Kevin Petula, offensive coordinator, finally pulled his head out of his ass. It was like, oh, wait a second. I've got this elite Hall of Fame wide receiver in his prime going up against a 5'10", 180 corner. Maybe we should just throw the ball to him and see what happens. I just think Hurts struggles against a Bulls defense that can bring that blitz in zone. There's something scary about this matchup. Does that mean he's going to struggle mightily? No, of course not. I just love so many other spots today. Philly is not one of them, and it's tough to run against Tampa. I may take a few shots on Barkley just because he has legitimate breakaway upside. He had like a 70-yard touchdown against them last season as well. He could just rip off. If he finds a hole, it doesn't matter what your defense is like. You're not going to catch him. So I want a little bit of Barkley. I don't think I'm getting to the passing game or Hurts today.
I'm pretty much with you. The Eagles have been a pretty tough team, and we were both kind of on that last week because we said, and a lot of people believe this, and I firmly do. It's not that the Eagles can't throw. They just don't really care. If they're controlling the game like they did against Kansas City, they're more than content to let Jalen Hurts do basically nothing and take his sneaks and manage the game. It's not tapping into a ceiling. They were down and nearly out last week, and they stormed back. And obviously the fantasy production came with it. I'd say this game falls in the middle of those two. I just don't like it as much. I'm fine with a one-off if I landed on a Devonta Smith in the mid-fives. I think that's fine because I do think they'll
I don't hate that.
But am I looking
good offense?
It's a great offense. It's just you're trying to jump through a lot of hoops. One, will there be enough volume to go around? Two, will they be effective at all? Then three, do you pick the right guy? Because Saquon's still Saquon. Did that go in?
I don't miss, man.
Yeah, funny. AJ,
hold on. That did go in, but if it did miss, I would have told you I don't miss. But
I know.
No, it definitely went.
That's why
I do it every single day. So you kind of line it up and then you hit it with the little flick of the wrist. It's just a done deal. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, very good. Very good stuff. We're losing likes. I'm lowering to 5.
You asked me a question.
I'm sorry.
Expected the response.
One-offs more than Hurts stacks. I'm not looking for like a Hurts +2. If you gave me when I run our sims and if I got a little Eagles in there, maybe a skinny just like last week, that's fine. But I would rather pick one of them. And if I had to order them, it would go Devonta Smith, Saquon, and then AJ Brown. I'm not going to get to Goddard. I think there are just better tight ends for that price point.
And some even some tight ends who are cheaper that just open things up, Yep. Update in the Steelers-Vikings game. Steelers up 14-3. I bet the Steelers here at 2.5-point dogs. I'm always going to bet Mike Tomlin as a road dog. Doesn't mean we won yet. Lots of time left. But I'm pulling for the Steelers in this game. DK Metcalf has 4 for 122 and a touchdown with an 80-yard score. So if you're on DK Metcalf today, whether it's a captain or in your season-long leagues, or you have big-time exposure in best ball like I do, then you should be very happy with that. All right, let's keep it going here. Eric Lindquist in chat, I hate you. Brother, look, I suffered through post-ACL Carson Wentz years as well, and now you have to do the same.
I can't get it.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, me and Eric, we're not vibing. I bet against his team last night. That doesn't work. Now I bet his team today. That doesn't work. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, fella. I'm trying.
That's not good.
It's not good.
Saints on the road in Buffalo. This was 16.5. It's 14.5 now, which is still north of 2 touchdowns, right? Like you're still talking about to cover. You're talking 3 possession. Well, technically not, but you know what I mean. It's a big spread. Could Buffalo cover this? Yeah, dude. Buffalo could. This is the Ben Rossa special. If you're going to bet this, just lay like 27.5 on Buffalo or something on the alt line. But I will say, looking at the Saints today, I have a bet on Kendre Miller over 13.5 rushing yards. I thought that would be fun. I think there's multiple paths that he could get there. One of which being, how much longer do you keep giving Alvin Kamara a heavy workload when you should just trade him? Not to say that you can trust the Saints front office to make the right decisions. Right now, a lot of Chris Olave, a little bit of Juwan Johnson. That is it. I'm fine with it. I want nothing to do with the backfield. I know the weakness on Buffalo's defense is the run game, but I don't think they're weak enough, even without Ed Oliver and Matt Milano. I'll say this much, Ben, and I'll keep it very brief on the Saints. I'm getting the Olave. I will be setting an exposure cap. I understand he's cheap. There are other receivers similarly priced who I like equally, if not more. I want some Olave. The target share has been through the roof, but they are not high-quality targets. It is a tough secondary against Buffalo. I understand they'll be playing from behind, but 40% to me, that's a little rich for my blood. I will tamp that down a bit, but I will get to Olave as well.
Yep. We could go to Buffalo. There's nothing else to say. 36 targets. No, I'm serious. I don't think you want to be cute here. Olave's getting crazy volume because they're always trailing 36 targets, but the touchdown equity is bad. Prices are reasonable on him and Juwan Johnson. Not getting to the backfield, there's a 0% chance I get to Rattler. I would never play the Saints defense in this spot. Betting, if I had to bet the game, if I had to bet it, I'd probably bet the Saints, but I don't have to bet it, and I will not bet the Saints. So I'm more concerned about what do we do with the touchdown equity up for grabs for the Bills, because James Cook does feel criminally underpriced. He's nearly minus 200 for an anytime touchdown today. That is serious numbers. Josh Allen is also favored to score. Buffalo's a tricky team because they could be watching in the fourth quarter, but they could have 40 points by then.
Speaking of touchdown props, I was surprised. Aston Genty is like minus 160 in some spots. We'll get to that game.
Yeah, we'll get to that game and we'll get to that bet because he may have made his way into our anytime touchdown.
Awesome. I almost added him, dude. He's
in there.
Waylon F. Jennings, Eagles fans want to talk suffering to a Vikings fan. Like, Loughy, you've had 1% of misery Minnesota fans have had, like, ever. Dude, I'm the first person to tell you that we are now spoiled, right? If you had said that same thing in 2017, you would have been wrong. And in 2017, I was 31 years old. I don't know how old you are. Maybe you're, much older than that. And yes, you've suffered a lot. We didn't have our first Super Bowl until 2017. It just so happens that now we're a very good football team. Your time will come, my friend.
You don't know about suffering. I'm rooting for UMass football over here.
You don't have fandom. You have no fandom.
I don't. I will say, though, UMass real quick. I had just a small bet on over 6.5 points for them yesterday against Missouri as a 45-point underdog. And they scored a touchdown in the first quarter, and they got the extra point blocked, and then they never scored again. That's really disturbing behavior, but I digress.
Yeah. Buffalo, let's talk about the Bills. The only concern I have here, and it is kind of a significant one, is that the ball just gets spread around the ton. I mean, yes, I'm getting to James Cook. There's no doubt about it. I'll get to James Cook. James Cook could break a slate in one half. That's true. He could break a slate in one half. The Saints' run defense, oddly, hasn't been that bad. Kenneth Gainwell struggled against them. Forget about the touchdowns. He struggled efficiency-wise against them with no Zach Charbonnet. Christian McCaffrey was not efficient against him. James Conner. I think the only guy to have a big run against the Saints so far, Ben, was Trey Benson in week 1. Do I care about that this week? No, I don't. I'm just throwing it out there. James Cook, I have 29% right now after the first Sims run. I don't have a lot of Josh Allen. I will boost him a little bit just in case. I think I need some exposure, around 5% to Allen to feel comfortable there, because if this game just happens to get weird, or they just happen to keep their foot on the gas through 3 quarters, you might be looking at 40 points from the offense. So blowouts are always a concern. But in order to blow a team out to the point where your starters are no longer on the field, Ben, in any sport, basketball, hell, even baseball, right? You have to put up a ton of runs, or you have to put up a ton of points. And if they do that today, there may just simply be enough to go around.
Definitely. This is kind of like for you college football DFS players, this is kind of a college football mentality where you can have uncorrelated guys because in college, teams can score like 60 points. And so that's where I don't think I'm going to get to this, but I could make a case that you could put Allen and Cook together in lineups and just say, you know what? I think the Bills score 5-6 touchdowns, and I think there's a chance that they divvy up 4 or 5 of them. And maybe James Cook does catch one. And that could be a way to do it. You just consolidate a ton of raw points. I would rather separate them and just go James Cook as a very solid play on his own. I do have a little Josh Allen Kincaid skinny just because I like Kincaid's price point. 1 touchdown for him is going to do it. Josh Allen obviously can contribute on the ground. My biggest worry, as you said, it's not even that they pull guys off the field. But we have seen this time and time again. I have dug into this a lot. A guy like Josh Allen is very, very smart about when he runs. And in a game where they're controlling, he'll be out there, but he's not going to pull it as often and run and put himself in harm's way. And that really does impact his ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yep. And also, given that he spreads the ball around so much, if you're not banking on his rushing upside, you want to attach him somewhere. But is it Coleman? Is it Shakir? Is it Kincaid? Is it one of the other kind of tertiary options? There's so many. Yeah, right. It could go a million different ways. Dirty O said, scared to play James Cook when the game's 30-0 by halftime. 1, we don't know it will be. But 2, if it is, what's the difference between 30-0? Yeah, right. What's the difference between 30-0 after 4 quarters and 30-0 at halftime? You know? Obviously, volume, sure. But if James Cook breaks 2 40-yard touchdowns, do you care? You don't. No. You really don't.
And I know I know it seems impossible, but there are many ways where this is very competitive.
When you say that, people are going to laugh at you. But
of course.
But it's true. It's true. You don't have to like what Ben is saying. Do you remember 3 years ago, the Cowboys were actually they were 20.5-point favorites. I remember this because I was doing a read, I think it was for FanDuel, where it was bet any money line winner, and if that wins, you get $200 in bonus bets, right? You remember that?
No, but that's probably where the origins of the rigged stuff came in.
Well, anyway, I was just bet the Dallas Cowboys money line here, get 200 in bonus bets. They won on the final play of the game as 20.5-point favorites. Crazy shit happens from time to time. And you run that back, that doesn't happen often, but it can happen. Anyway, let's talk about Cleveland and Detroit. I'm just going to throw this over to you. I do not like Cleveland today. I bet the Lions at -8.5, just so you guys know where I stand on this game. I think it moved to 10 right now. Browns defense has impressed me, mostly at home, though. I just think that this is a Lions team that can grind them into dust and then put their foot on the gas. And I don't know if Joe Flacco has it in him here. He's already had a bad season. In the 2 games that they've stayed very competitive, one they should have won against Cincy, the other that they won last week against Green Bay, it really had nothing to do with the offense. Flacco wasn't bad the first week. I'll give him that. Actually, 2 of the interceptions he had, both of them were tipped off of Cedric Tillman and Jerry Jeudy. So, all right, credit to Flacco there. But the last 2 games, he's been really bad, man. And I don't know if he's going to be able to withstand the pressure of Aiden Hutchinson and company coming at him today. Browns team, just not one that I'm on.
No, me neither. I will say, I'm going to just say this every week. Jerry Jeudy.
I get it.
He is the home run threat, and they're going to be trailing. It only takes 1 or 2 with that guy. There will be opportunities. There's a lot of receivers like this. Trey Tucker is one of them. In 1 week, it's going to be Jerry Jeudy, who has that same type of game just because of the home run ability. Having said that, you just need a small exposure because no one's going to play him, and nobody should. It's a very, very low exposure play and a low exposure team.
On the other side, there are actually a couple guys. My guess is I'm not getting to any of them, or at least one of them. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm not getting to any Jameson Williams. I'm going to artificially boost him just to get to a little bit today. This is a guy, again, the buy low spots, the blood in the streets. I typically prefer that with betting where I can ladder it. But also here, you know what? He's not going to be popular. And I know we're not getting much of him. I want to get a little bit. He's running around on 98% of dropbacks, Ben. Like, he's on the field all the time. He threw some great blocks last week. Dan Campbell likes that. I think they have a saying there in Detroit. I remember Detroit fans might be able to tell me if it was Detroit or another team. It's like no block, no rock. And they have that mentality. Jameson Williams can rip off some big plays. If this is just one of those games where Detroit doesn't need to run and you see Jared Goff throwing the ball more, because Cleveland's secondary isn't bad, but the run defense is very good. I think you may try and get the ball out early to Williams and let him make some plays after the catch so you can avoid the inevitable Myles Garrett. Yeah, I don't mind him here, but I also like a little bit of Laporta and St. Brown. It just feels like the type of game people aren't really going to want to get to a lot of the Lions because of how this Browns defense has been playing. But this is Lions at home inside of a dome where they have routed teams as big favorites. So just a thought that I wouldn't fully sleep on Detroit today just because of what we saw out of Cleveland last week.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dangerous team. This is the type of team, I think if you have a bunch of lineups, I would hope that you get a little exposure to Goff.
Me too. I am. I definitely am.
They can supersede a tough matchup, but the ownership discount you get on elite players is going to be immense. And he has so many outs to throw for 4 touchdowns today. He really does, even in a tough matchup. So Goff plus any combinations of St. Brown, Laporta, Gibbs, Jameson, I think makes a lot of sense today. And that's the type of stack. That's a really interesting tournament type play. I don't think you even need to bring it back because we've seen time and time again, the Lions absolutely crush people. And when they do not let up. You don't have to worry about them letting up.
The only time they let up was against Tennessee last year, where actually, no, they still scored 50.
Yeah, they don't let up. I think to their detriment. I don't really understand it, but
right, because you hate. Remember,
Laporta.
No, not just Laporta.
Oh.
Yes, but remember they were up by like 40 something against Dallas, and
when they pulled the trick play, Penny Sewell,
like Penny Sewell or something.
Yeah. Another,
and that was just to rub it in their face because of a bad call that went against them the game when they had previously played Dallas. Like Dan Campbell has that in him.
Yeah. Listen, I don't love that, but you can use it to your advantage. This is still a team, a double-digit favorite at home, healthy implied total. The Browns defense is very good, but the Lions offense is also very good. So Keep that in mind.
So I assume we're on the same page here that pieces of Jared Goff in this stack makes a lot of sense today.
I think so, yeah.
Me too. All right, let's move it on. Tennessee and Houston. By the way, guys, Ben, we've got some bets posted over on Tails. Can I just tell you that this has been a very, very enjoyable thing for me and I think everybody else this year, just posting all of our bets and a ton of DFS content and lineups and giveaways over to Tails for free. If you're not there yet, I know a ton of you guys are because we're seeing the traffic come up a ton. I think it's also because the platform is just getting better and better. We've got a lot. Right now, I just posted a little Lad McConkey spot there. We got, here's a good one. Tails exclusive, perfect lineup. If Greg and I binked the spy on a bet that I won, he owed me a spy lineup. Or actually, that's the perfect lineup. Where's the spy one?
How many bets are you dropping? My God. Woo.
There we go. $554,000 to someone who likes this one. Let me pin this as a matter of. Oh, it's still pinned. Why is it not up there? Anyway, that's besides the point. We're posting so many bets, dude, like bets that we are betting ourselves, all of them for free every single day. Dude, Ben's hitting you with pretty much any sport. Oh, I don't want to give that. And I don't want to give that one away. Yeah. Anytime touchdown 4-legger that hit last week.
It hit last week. Don't bury the lead. We hit it.
And we hit a 2-leg Tyquan Thornton Scatterboo anytime touchdown, boosted to 15-1. I'm just going to throw this out there, right? Last week, you and I had an insane week. Does it continue in week 4? That'd be very, very tough to replicate. But you just keep, because you're going to have those weeks. And when you do, it can make your season, right? And like when you have a couple of them, it can make it even better. Come hang out, man. Hit us up over there. Just click follow, turn on notifications, and that's basically it. But I couldn't say enough about this. I'm loving it. And when I say we want you guys to come over, it's twofold. One, we're building something awesome. Everything's AI mapped now. So like if Ben just posts a screenshot of a parlay, the AI just
with lad.
What's that?
Show that with your lad bet. It's literally one click. You click in, shows you all the odds. This is my favorite thing. We just dropped this.
Where's my lad bet? Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
like it is really, really cool stuff.
I probably could have just clicked tail, right? Yeah. So you click tail and then here are all your best odds. And then you just click the one you want.
I mean, come
That's
on.
all it is.
Our man Stewie just joined. Love Tails. Stewie, we love you. Good
That's
people.
awesome, man. Envious. Ben's is Jazz Raz. The link's in the description for both of them, by the way. Yeah, Scott. Appreciate it, man. We're having a good time. But like I said, it's because we're building something great here that's only going to get better. The stuff we have in the works is insane right now. But also, we're giving all of this away for free, all of these bets for free on top of that because we want to build the platform. So if you're on the ground floor, you're somebody that gets to be like, all right, well, maybe this all won't be free forever. Mine always will. And I know a lot of yours will too. But like maybe all of everybody's bets won't be free forever. But right now, like through this entire season, they will be. We're building a platform. So the ground floor is the time to do it. That's all I'm saying. It takes a second to create a free account. You don't have to put a credit card in or nothing. So that's what we're doing over there. And I'm very excited about it. Anyway, come hang out. Ben, next game here. Let's make it happen on, who do we got? Tennessee, Houston. I'm curious to see if I'm going to be getting or if we're going to be getting any Calvin Ridley or anything here. I don't mind betting the Tennessee +7 here because I think Houston's offense is pretty rough right now. Yeah, I just still have so much respect for Houston's defense. I don't see myself getting to a lot of Tennessee.
Yeah, neither do I. I tried that last week, and honestly, I got my money's worth. It didn't really connect. Good game script. I needed Ridley, but yeah, I'm not going to get a lot to Tennessee. I will say, Lucas Smith, I saw that super chat. I wanted to wait to the game, but it's later in the show. I will say I'm on Brian Thomas Jr. as well. I do like that spot for the Jaguars.
Me too. Been saying it all week. If there's ever a time,
call. Yes.
You know what the cool part about that is? Yeah, we'll get to it when we get there, but I'll just so we don't forget, is that it's not an easy, like as far as perceived strength of matchup goes or ease of matchup, it seems like a tough matchup. But Nick Bosa's out for the year. Like this San Francisco defense might just not be elite, Ben, and I think it's very possible they're not. So if there was ever a possible bounce back spot at low ownership, and we'll talk about it later, but Brian, I agree. Good spot there. Yeah, I don't have much Tennessee. I will say on the other side, I don't know what my exposure to Nico Collins is, but he's coming off a solid 100-yard performance last time out. Yeah, 4%. I'd like more of him at 8%, man. Tennessee's defense was kind of highly touted as the unit that could keep them from getting the doors blown off each week. But again, I think it's like, I think it's a war of attrition in a sense where eventually Tennessee's defense just gets battered because their offense is never on the field, right? We saw it against the Rams. That game was kind of competitive for a while, and then it just unraveled, right? And then the Colts put up numbers against them. The Broncos didn't, but a lot of that was on Denver. I'd like to get some low on Nico. It goes back to your point, play good players in any matchup because they can dominate at low ownership. And I actually don't think this is the worst matchup for Nico. He is the clear number one still. And I believe Christian Kirk being back actually helps him.
Yeah, I think so. Shout out to you. I'll give you a little golf clap of you were on Nico last week and he was doing a lot for lineups. And this is a weird game. Houston's a disaster too. Their offensive line is non-competitive. Couple things of note. I have Houston in Survivor today. I am banking that they can get the job done at home. They're a really interesting teaser piece too. If you are looking to make 6-point teasers. For the DFS side, it's going to be Nico or pass. I don't think I'm going to get to Stroud. I'm not getting to the running game. I think Kirk helps, but he's not playable in his own right a ton outside of just a flyer. And I know, and again, it's over on Tails. We don't need to go through it, but I will say Nico Collins also found himself as part of our anytime.
Oh, you got Nico in there?
Nico's in there.
I did not go with Trevion Henderson. I wanted to, but the odds on FanDuel weren't good enough. So I went with a couple other buy low spots on guys who have yet to score this season, Ben.
Yeah,
Why not?
I went with Nico, riding the hot hand.
What's that?
I said I went with Nico as one of ours, riding the hot hand.
Good. I mean, we need some balance, don't we? You can't just go – you can't go 4-leg full out like blood in the streets. But I think two of them on very, very good players makes a lot of sense. So, yeah, check it out. That was cool, too, to see Fistula in chat mention that no hate on paid Discords. Yeah, some of these paid Discords are actually very good, and we have plenty of them.
I have a paid Discord, but like if you want more access, you want to get into the community, you can absolutely do that. But we want something for everybody. That's the whole mission behind Tails. Find what works for you, and we have it. Simple as that.
Yep. He said, but the free bets have been money. I appreciate it. Hell yeah, man. But yeah, some of the like Mitch, DFS and Donuts, our friend Mitch, his is popping. Like he seriously, he's been killing this season. Eric Lindquist during baseball, you'd be hard pressed to find anybody better than Lindy during baseball, right? So, there's some good ones out there. You just gotta use discretion, right? And know what you're going into, know what you want. All right. You want to move on then?
Yeah, get this game off the screen. 38-point total.
Texans defense is fine, by the way. They still have a good defense.
Ward threw a pick six instantly. He makes some good plays, but he makes a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
And they have sorry, but this deserves to be said to everyone. The Titans don't have a coach. That guy has no idea what he's doing. And that makes it also tough.
I mean, he's Goblin of the Year, right?
Oh my God.
If you had to, for real, for anyone that watches our First Look show on Tuesday, I assume many of you do, and we have a lot of fun with this. I'm serious right now when I ask you, if you had to set odds on Goblin of the Year, right? Because we have one every week, but Goblin of the Year, I think Callahan has already made it 3 straight weeks, and we're only in week 4. What would his odds be? For real?
I mean, it would be – there's a better chance of that than the Bills winning today, I'll tell you that much. He's superseded a 16.5-point favorite.
No, but he's got to be right now. If it was right now, minus 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, he has crossed into the rare category where I'm telling you, this is Nathaniel Hackett territory. It's not if he gets fired, it's only when. This is not going to work, I promise you. It's just they don't know what they're doing.
Marvin H said minus 210. If that was minus 210,
oh my God.
I would every cent I have.
Yeah. I would have
every cent I own.
It's bad.
Chargers, New York Giants. Speaking of buy low, talking about our touchdown parlay, Ladd McConkey. I'm going to take some shots this week, Ben.
Okay.
I mean, look, he's still getting a ton of separation. He's still open all the time. Ladd McConkey's done nothing wrong. It's just, Keenan Allen's connection is very much still flourishing with Justin Herbert. And Quentin Johnston, you're seeing like the true breakout season for him as well. But the idea that Ladd McConkey just every week is going to have like 5 for 50 to me is insane. And I like him this week. It's a suspect defense. There is a decent pass rush for the Giants, which means who do you look to get the ball out to quick? Keenan could be one of those guys, but Ladd is absolutely good after the catch. He's always open. I know he's 6,500. I don't have a ton of him right now. Another guy that I'd like to buy a little bit low on, Ben, boost him up a little bit against this against this Giants team, has a significant road favorite. Ladd, to me, I like him. And Arante Gadsden. I mentioned him a lot throughout the week if Will Dissly sits. Not for the faint of heart. Don't blame me if this one doesn't go well, but I will be playing $2,600 Gadsden. I honestly think he looks just as good as some of the $3,500, $3,600 guys that are $1,000 more than him without Will Dissly. He's super talented, and Jim Harbaugh gushed over him all week long. That may be misleading, but I'm just giving you what I have. And then I'll let you, of course, don't want to bury the lead on Hampton, but I did want to mention a couple low-owned guys that stood out to me outside of the very chalky Hampton. Yeah,
so what's kind of cool about the Chargers this week is they have legit guys at every single price point. Like if you're looking to save salary, you can go to Gadsden and stomach that. If you want a I'd say low to mid-range running back. Obviously, Marion Hampton is in a great spot with the injury situation. If you want to pay up at wide receiver, nothing crazy, but you do have a guy like Ladd. You have Keenan Allen as well in those lower ranges. And I agree with everything that Chad is saying about Keenan Allen, vultures, cannibalizes, all that stuff. I don't disagree, but we're still talking about Ladd with 21 targets through 3 weeks in 3 games that they won. So what happens if they're trailing here? It's a 6.5 point spread. I'd say that's slightly unlikely, but it's not impossible. I think Ladd's still going to have plenty of opportunities to tap into double-digit targets over the course of the year. So I'm not worried about that. I'd be more worried that Dart is not ready and the game unravels like that in some methodical game rather than Ladd not having opportunities.
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. And I see people saying it's Keenan Allen, not Johnston, taking away from Ladd. That's not true. I mean, yeah, obviously if Keenan Allen wasn't there, then Ladd would be getting a whole lot more work. But if Quentin Johnston wasn't there, do you not think that they would just find different ways to line up McConkey and Allen? Like those guys would be getting it's not like, yeah, Allen returning makes a big difference, of course. But it's more so the fact that they now have 3 very, very capable pass catchers like that. I mean, that's simply the way I see it. And when you look at, where they're lining up, Keenan Allen's been out wide 53% of the time. He's in the slot 47% of the time. Ladd in the slot 63%, outside 35%. And then Quentin Johnston's outside almost all of the time. But it's still just, put it this way, there's only so many targets to go around. That's what it boils down to. But are we to think, Ben, that it's just like, okay, now Ladd McConkey is going to be the wide receiver 3 every week? To me, and maybe he will be again this week, but you best believe in week 4, I'll just go back to him.
Well, that's where, again, I think all of these situations impact these guys' floor more than their ceilings. Like week to week, Ladd's floor is a little shakier, but his ceiling to me is unaffected by any of this.
I'm with you. 14-3 still, minute 27 left in the second in the Ireland game.
Yeah, I was trying to, it's actually kind of a fun game I'm trying to judge the score off chat. Like reading chat through, I honestly thought the score was like 38-3.
So did I. That's why I just
like, my God, Wentz threw like 4 pick sixes. How many touchdowns does Gainwell have? And now it's still only 14-3. Okay.
Yeah, Wentz is 12 of 14.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the game on anywhere, so I'm flying completely blind.
He's thrown a pick, but yeah.
We'll say.
Dude, Rodgers is 12 of 14 for 165 and a score. He's having himself a game. Can you tell me how you prioritize the Chargers today? Because for me, Hampton's still going to be my most exposed. It's just like with Najee Harris done, you have to. I really don't know how much they intend on using Kamani Vidal. Probably more than we think, but not enough. Hampton ended up seeing 25 touches last game after Harris went out. And, dude, Harris looked like he was going to see more work than Hampton before the injury. After that, I want to get – sure, I'll end up on some Keenan, a little bit of Johnston, fine. But the guys I want to get over the field on, and it won't be hard to do, Oronde Gadsden and Ladd McConkey. I just think at their price points, it just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Hampton is going to be by far the most popular for the field and for me. But I will have spots of price-specific things with the Chargers, from Gadsden as salary relief to Ladd as a home run wide receiver to Keenan Allen in that Olave range in the mid to lower 5s. I'm not going to rule out getting Herbert, but I would say, just thinking about it right now, I'd say it's doubtful for me.
I don't know. There's something intriguing about a Herbert stack without Hampton this week when he's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if Hampton comes in north of 22%.
I could see that. I think Scatterboo on the other side of this game will erode some of it, but yes.
Me too. But also, he's going to be, there's no doubt at 5,900 coming off what was it? Like I said, 25 touch game. Hard for me to see that not being one of the most popular plays on the slate. Are you on board with Cam Scatterboo? Do you want to get there today, seeing what he was able to do? Both of these rookies are the beneficiaries of the co-starter in Scadaboo's case, the actual starter, Tyrone Tracy being out, he's almost certainly going to get the lion's share of work here. I expect Singletary to get mixed in, but probably not enough. I like Scadaboo. Honestly, though, I'm not in love with him with a rookie quarterback at the helm making his first career start. I understand people are excited about Jackson Dart. You can make the argument that, hey, well, Russell Wilson's terrible, and I would agree with you. But it doesn't mean that I expect, and could be wrong, Jackson Dart to just come in and immediately be the savior in a tough spot against the 3-0 Chargers squad.
So I don't either, but at the same time, the Scadaboo situation, I'm not going to say it's unique, but I think it is somewhat advantageous to the actual Giants situation, because to me, if you're Jackson Dart or you're Dable in general, you got to get him some quick, easy throws. This guy had 8 targets last week.
Yep.
He should rack up some easy points. And when you're 5,500, if you catch 6 passes, it's really hard to screw this up. Like, yes, a touchdown will get you to the ceiling, but I think that Scadaboo's in line for, 15 to 20 touches with a decent chunk of them being targets.
Very fair point. I'm a Scadaboo fan.
I know you are.
I like this guy. He's like actively seeking out CTE with the way he plays too.
Yeah, he's a dangerous man. He's just in a good spot for a team that, I'm more worried about, like, to me, if Dart really struggles, Neighbors is in a lot more precarious
Yeah.
position.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had the under on Neighbors last week, and I'm not sure we had to sweat that for a single second. That was just
The
going
Giants
up
are a
against
mess.
McDuffie with Russell Wilson throwing the ball, no shot. Eric, Scadaboo's plus 105 for a touchdown. Yeah, I don't want him at plus. Personally, do not want him at plus 105. But I don't know. I like Scadaboo here. He's the only guy I like. Would you throw a? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing. It wasn't even an intentional pun, but I noticed it midway through. It's going to say
Dart?
Yeah, it wasn't intentional, dude. Look, Dart's an odd last name. It's not often I'm running into that situation. Would you take a shot on Jackson Dart today?
No. Again, I don't like to. I like to really frame it in. Will I? No, I won't. Could you? Yeah, you could play basically anybody out there, and if you're going to do it, you probably have Dart, Scadaboo, and Neighbors together. It'll be very low owned. We saw Russell Wilson get there. Blah blah blah. I would rather take a shot with other low price quarterbacks than Jackson Dart.
Scadaboo's running style is just nuts, though. Like,
He's like Pacheco, dangerous.
yeah, punishing. Those guys are good for the game. For the brief period he'll be in it, he's good for the game. Seriously, how long do you last playing like that?
Yeah, he's exciting. And he's given some entered people around here love him, but I don't know about the Giants are a complete mystery. This is a good game if you really have a strong angle to take an alt, like Giants money line or something like that. Giants minus 2.5 or like Chargers minus 20.5 style. Because if he's not ready, this could get extremely ugly.
Yeah, dude, and the Chargers defense looks good.
Chargers are awesome.
Yeah, they're I love them, and the Browns are my AFC teams. As an Eagles fan, I've always rooted for the Chargers, like they're the Tomlinson powder blue Chargers. Just Antonio Gates is one of the best. Remember, like the Vincent Jackson days with Rivers, and those were some great times. What?
Vincent Jackson used to be on Tampa for a while, who I kind of root for. So
yeah,
good people.
Well, he spent a lot of time with the Chargers, didn't he?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Okay. I'm second guessing myself there.
He definitely did.
He died.
I was just about to say that. I'm pretty sure, unfortunately, he died.
Yeah, he died.
Ugh.
Anyway, Washington, Atlanta. Let's talk about this game. No Terry McLaurin today. Atlanta is now a minus 2.5 favorite. It was plus 3 earlier in the week. I nabbed them there, which means they now lose by 4. But no Jaden Daniels, no Terry McLaurin. I think Debo looks pretty decent here just by process of elimination, Ben. I know I've said this to you earlier in the year, and you guys as well. I will repeat it. I believe this Atlanta defense is better than people think right now. This has been a team whose secondary was a victim of their own lack of pass rush on the line. They could never get pressure. They went out and made some moves, drafted an edge rusher, made some moves at the in free agency. Their defense is actually playing well, dude. And you could say, oh, they got blown out 30-0 last week. That was Michael Penix in the offense. The Carolina Panthers had like 100 less yards of offense than this Falcons. They had 224 total yards of offense, Ben. So it wasn't even like Atlanta's defense was bad. So all I'm saying is I don't have supreme confidence here in Marcus Mariota. I don't care that Atlanta got their doors blown off last week. I genuinely don't. I'll have some Debo. I'll have a tiny bit of Ertz. But aside from that, I like the Falcons side a lot more this week. This will be some of my contrarian spots.
So do I. I bet Carolina last week, was fortunate to get that read through,
Nice.
and it worked out nicely.
Divisional like 6-point home dog.
Yeah, just like, again, did I think they were going to win by shutout? Obviously not. I do think this is a pretty bad spot for Washington. Not that teams were completely shocked that Daniels didn't play, but it was a short Mariota week. He was effective. Atlanta is obviously going to be more ready for this, and I think that Washington is more limited than it seems. Atlanta comes home, they will be better. They're going to be on again, if you're following me, you're probably going to get the alert in the next 2 hours. I'm going to end up betting Atlanta. There's no doubt in my mind that I'll be doing that.
Still inside of a field goal.
Yep. Yeah, anything better, 2.5 or better is fine for me. I'm not going to have really anything from Washington. I'm more trying to figure out, do I just go right to Bijan? Do I go to Pitts? Do I go to Penix and make some sort of stack?
Well, the one guy you didn't mention that I really like,
Drake London.
Has there ever been a better buy low on Drake London? He's getting 11% ownership. He's $5,700. I don't think Michael Penix is that good. Okay. I'm not sure I care today. Like I also, you and I both, you talk about like the transitive property week over week where, we have how many people when we do our Tuesday show, and we generally have a pretty sharp audience, but you always have people trickle in that are like, dude, how could you have any interest in that spot? Look what they did last week, or look what they didn't do last week. And ultimately, who cares? Unless there's something that's just glaring, I don't care that much about Atlanta. They're still 2.5-point favorites after losing 30-0 to the previously 0-2 Falcons, who got blown out in back-to-back, or Panthers that got blown out in back-to-back weeks. So yeah, I'll take Drake London's 5,700, dude. So give me London, give me Pitts, give me Bijan. I'm boosting Bijan. I want more Bijan than the field. I want to be overweight to Bijan this week. And I'm going to have some Michael Penix Jr. stacks as well. This isn't a hill I'm dying on in the sense it's like, oh, wow, I'm getting only Falcon stacks today. But don't you think that just feels like a good time for a team that's coming off a 30-0 loss and is going up against a team without their starting quarterback and number one, or we can call him two right now, it doesn't matter, wide receiver and Terry McLaurin?
I agree with everything. A couple people in chat, SC amongst others, mentioned I will have some Falcons defense too. I'm fine with that as a flyer.
Sure. Can you prioritize your Falcons exposure or interest for us?
It would be Bijan. Well, relative to the field, it would be Bijan 1, London 2, Pitts 3, the stack itself 4.
Ben, I don't know if you knew this.
I might know it.
We've had some incredible takedowns with the tools this year. Last year, we had 3 people, 3 milli winners for the Stokastic team. That's a lot when you consider there aren't that many millis, okay?
We got one this year.
Oh, yeah, we got one already this year.
Yeah.
On FanDuel, our friend Morgan. So make that 4 in like the last 20 weeks, which is an insane number. If you want to try the tools out, now you can always just, the easiest way, you can just go to stokastic.com/join. It's right there. It's the first link. Or you can literally just sign up with any of our sportsbook partners, any of them, using the link down there where it says join any sportsbook, get Stokastic Sims free. That includes if you're in non-legal betting sites like states. So Sleeper, Underdog, what are the other ones? Better is available in a lot of states. Onyx, we just added. I wanted to talk about this one. I've been playing on Onyx for a while. I can bet college props there, Ben, in Pennsylvania. I can't bet them anywhere else. It's a social sports book, a sweepstakes book. It's in 38 plus states. It might be 40 plus states, as a matter of fact. The plus refers to District of Columbia. I'll tell you what, you usually lay this out more succinctly than I do, but you just click claim offer, place a bet or set a lineup if it's a pick'em site, sign up when you do it, place a bet. The minimum deposit on these is $5 or $10. And you're getting, like, if you're do Onyx, I would recommend Onyx right now. You spend $10 and you get $100 in Onyx cash, which is the equivalent of cash. You have already 10x'd your original investment, and you're getting a free month of The Sims. You follow these 4 simple steps. After that bet settles, take a screenshot of your welcome email, your settled bet, email us, not the books. They don't care. You email us because they can't give it to you at support@stokastic.com with those screenshots. Tell us what you want. If you signed up for 4 of these, that is 4 months of NFL or whatever sport you want, which means you could legitimately free roll the entirety of the season. And if one of those was Onyx, that means you already turned 10 into 100. So you already are up, and now you've got 4 months of core. There is truly no bigger no-brainer process than just following this and collecting as many months as you can, especially, Ben, the books that give you the big-time bonuses or the 100% match deposit bonuses.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I always make the comparison of like the hourly. You know, how much money am I trying to make in an hour with whatever I'm doing? If you take 5 or 10 minutes, you're going to get a deposit bonus and a free month of our tools. It's hard to beat that type of ROI on your time. So if you're someone that's playing, if you're someone that knows, hey, I want to maximize my edge each week, and on top of it, I want to get a little bonus or promo from a book. Those are the instructions. It's a simple process. You email us and you're in business all year potentially. So yeah, take advantage of that. Just don't waste it, because these things don't come around forever. Things change in the industry. It's a great time to get in and get involved.
Absolutely. All right, Carolina and the Panthers. Very fun game here. I really liked Ted McMillan what's that?
This is a fun game.
I think so.
Memo. Ooh.
Well, maybe because I bet the Patriots, and I have another guy that I like in this game. Teteroa McMillan. I know a lot of people don't care at all about like cornerbacks and stuff, if they're in or out in like shadow spots. Christian Gonzalez is expected back. I think it does make a notable difference, Ben. Like from a DFS perspective in a spot like this. And the reason I say that is because I think it's more notable when a team only has one reliable receiver, and he's a rookie who's played 3 games. If this were a team where it's like, oh, you've got AJ and you have Devonta and you have Barkley, right? Like, and you even have Goddard and a mobile quarterback in Hurts, I don't think it matters as much, because you can't just devote all of the attention to one player. But here, I do worry that you could just isolate McMillan in a spot like this.
Yeah, and you mentioned the domino effect of a team. Listen, Carolina looked very, very good at home last week, but this is still a team in my mind with a lot of serious issues, and it's more thin than you would think. Guys are banged up all over the place. I haven't seen confirmation, but I don't even know if Hubbard is going to play. And
he's expected to play.
Okay, so there you go. I don't think I'm going to get to him. Leggett is banged up, obviously. Like Renfro, you're getting very thin very quickly, and this is not a home game. This is in New England. I don't know if I'm going to have any Panthers.
I will have some McMillan, just because I think they might have to resort to the pass, and through process of volume. Justin, I'm reading that right now. Yeah. Not my flag plant by any stretch, but I don't mind them in run backs. The truth is, I like Patriot stacks this week quite a bit. You guys do not have to go out and play Patriot stacks. You don't have to do what I'm doing by any measure, but I do like the Patriots, Ben. I like Drake May. I like Hunter Henry. I'll have some digs. And I've said it all week. My flag plant on like my boomer bust spot is Travion Henderson. I will be getting over the field to him, and my other Sims run on my laptop that I don't have here because I don't want to give you guys like doctored, Sims results. I'm getting to Henderson. I have to. Yeah, both. I'll get to him as a one-off. I'll get to him with May. I'll get to him with a May double with Henry or Diggs. I just have to take some shots. Jacob says Ramondre is the big brain play. Sure, I get that. Yep. If you want to try and find the edge on the ambiguity and the unknown here, I totally get saying, you know what, Ramondre, fine. But it's not like Henderson's getting a lot of ownership because of Scatterboo and Hampton. Given that Ramondre fumbled twice last week, costly fumbles, one of them into the Pittsburgh end zone. Gibson fumbled as well. These guys have two of the highest fumble rates in the league since they've been in it. And that's true, by the way. It might be 1 and 2, as a matter of fact. Vrabel said nothing's going to change. If you buy that, go for it. What I will say is in practice, Henderson, for the first time all season, went through drills first. So, yeah, I'm going to take some stabs there, Ben. He's very cheap. He has upside in the passing game, and the matchup is against the Panthers team that's allowing almost 5.5 yards per attempt on the ground. So all of that to me just adds up for say, hey, am I going to have 50% Henderson? No, but I want some Trevion Henderson here.
Yeah, I'm not going to push back on that. I think that the Drake May Hunter Henry connection is very repeatable. Is going to be to the effect of last week? Probably not, but that's something you can continue to go back to in a skinny stack format. So it's not my favorite of the week, but I'm going to have some as well. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with Henderson. I'll probably leave it up to the gods if I get a little. Sure. I think he's a more interesting betting situation than DFS situation for me, but nevertheless, New England has some utility here.
I bet it as well.
Yes, I know you did. And shout out. Look at that. Nice job, Zach. You're in business,
signed
my
up
friend.
for Sleeper, waiting on my first month. Yeah, as long as you emailed us at support@stokastic.com. Ron's good about getting back to everybody pretty quick, man. Jacob, I do agree with you, Loughy, on Hendy, but I'm taking stabs on both Pats running backs, not Gibson, though. No, dude, I think it's fair. The reason, Jacob, and to anybody else, that I don't hate that either is I actually think this Patriots offense is pretty decent, Ben. And it was really overshadowed last week by the turnovers. You know, they turned the ball over 5 times in that game, and they lost by 1 score. They lost by. I'll show you something that you guys, if you don't find interesting, well, I do, and I suppose that's all that matters here. No, for real, you will. So last week, listen to this. First drive, Stevenson fumble at New England's 38. Fourth drive for the Patriots. May interception on 3rd and goal from the Steelers 2. Fifth drive, so the ensuing drive, Ramondre Stevenson fumble, 2nd and 1 at the Steelers 2 into the end zone. Sixth drive, Antonio Gibson fumble at the Steelers 43. Eighth drive, Drake May sack fumble at the Steelers 38. So what I'm getting at here, you're still talking about a team that lost 21-14 and turned the ball over 5 times. If there's one thing I have trust in Vrabel, is that they won't do that again this week. And if they do, everyone might get benched.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you mentioned that you got to clean that up, but there's some talent on this team for sure. And Carolina, we've talked about a lot of buy low spots. I'm not going to say immediately you have to sell high, but Carolina, I don't think is suddenly figured anything out, to be completely honest.
They had 224 yards of offense last week. As a matter of fact, if they did figure it out, that's better for the Patriots. So I don't even care. Good question. Dustin, little late, but any love for Luke McCaffrey? I thought about this throughout the week, assuming that McLaurin, when he was getting a second opinion, that he'd be out. Jalen Lane, Chris Moore, Luke McCaffrey with Marcus Mariota. To me, there's just not enough meat on the bone there.
No, again, large field tournament. You want to go Mariota and McCaffrey. If they connect, you're in business. Not likely, but that's, you can do some of that. It's just, who do you want to do? You can't do all of those. To me, that's in like the Dart Wandale Robinson type mindset.
Indianapolis at the Rams. Interesting game, man. 49-point total. Rams 3.5-point favorites, despite so much public sentiment being high on the Colts, and rightfully so. They look great so far. I will say they should have lost to Denver. They didn't. I'm not taking it away from them, but easily it could be 2-1 here. Easily. I mean, they beat up on the Dolphins. They beat up on, who else did they beat up on? Was it the Titans? Yeah. Like, I still think they're good, but I think the Rams are very good too. And looking at this Rams offense, 70%, 72% target share combined, 70, I think, between Adams and Nakua. 83% of this team's air yards has gone to those guys, which is insanely high. Kyren is still the clear workhorse back. My only issue or question for you now is, do we worry that Devontae Adams with this hammy, was it a hamstring?
Yeah.
Is going to be limited today despite expected to be active?
Yes, I do worry about that.
I worry a little bit too, man. I going into this game, I was like, give me all of the Stafford double stacks. I'm a little less enthusiastic about it now.
I am as well. I still think you can go Stafford with obviously Nakua. I'm going to make it, it's a little expensive, but not that much more than London Bijan. I think you can kick Stafford out and just take Puka and Kyren and go that route too.
One of my best finishes last year was a Puka Kyren non-Stafford lineup. Yeah.
Because Stafford's not going to give you anything anyway outside of what he gives to those guys. And there's still a lot of mobility on this quarterback slate. So you could have a really good Stafford game and he gets boxed out, but his weapons get there. And that is something I'm definitely going to explore. You're talking about 14-2. It's a little premium, but it's not, this is not, there were times where we were talking like when the Chiefs were at the height of their powers, those stacks were like almost 20,000 at times.
Yeah. What, the Kelsey Hill?
Mahomes? I mean, if you put Mahomes, you like couldn't even do it. It was like legitimately 25, 26, 27,000.
Was it between the three of them at their prime, at the peak?
I mean, there were definitely times where Mahomes was like
8K.
Yeah, they were all, I'd say like 8K, and Tyreek and Kelsey were up there too.
Yeah, you're right. Which is nuts.
Used to work though.
Man, I like that call out. Like in the Nakua Kyren, no QB. I like that. I'm still gonna get to some Devontae Adams though.
I'm not.
No? You're gonna X him out?
Yep.
Ooh. All right.
Keep in mind, keep in mind, if I don't play 150, so like I don't want people like who are like, wow, you don't have any in 150. I'm taking a mindset of 10, 20 lineups in some of those type of not crazy high stakes, but like higher stakes stuff. I don't think I'm gonna get to him. I am worried. It's not just like a hamstring. That freaks me out a little bit.
Me too. I will throw this out there to you though. If you have him and we get word that he's either inactive or active but expected to be limited, and like he's not 100%, if you have him in lineups, if you have 100 left over, you can get to Roma Dunze. That's a 4:00 game. Brian Thomas Jr. in a 4:00 game is also $100 cheaper. So there are spots, even if you wanted to go down to like Ricky Pearsall at 5,700. Jacoby Myers, I think, looks great at 5,400. Brock Bowers, if you had him in the flex. If you also had him in the flex, you're also talking about like Ashton Genty down there, Kyren Williams. So there are outs. You don't have to feel like if you're waiting on news, there are actually a lot of outs where you could make pretty significant and good swaps if you needed to.
You also can go the other direction there. This is something I don't do nearly enough, and why I love, our tools help with so much of this type of stuff. If you're really in trouble and Devontae Adams is questionable but expected to play, you could pivot onto him knowing that you're probably going to get low ownership there.
Yeah,
if you want to be different, if you're boxed out already.
Yep, excellent point. What do you want to do with the Colts today? Because I like Michael Pittman quite a bit.
Yeah, he's been good, and they've been playing from ahead. So you have to assume at some of this, and I think today's going to be the day that they're going to be in trouble in some of these games. I think that might be the extent of it, though. I'm not.
I'll get to some Warren.
Warren, yeah, okay. Warren's fine. I'm just not sure I'm really bullish on them as a team in this spot.
The reason I like Pittman is because I saw what Antonio Brown did to a Rams secondary without Witherspoon. You know, they are undersized in the secondary right now. And Michael Pittman's like 6'4", 230. He's big. And if there's a guy that you want to get to in spots like that, it's Pittman.
Okay. AJ Brown. You have me
What did
very
I say?
confused. You said Antonio. I'm like, are you referencing like a game from 8 years? I'm so confused.
My fault.
Okay.
I got the first initial and last name right.
You did. Then I backtracked and was like, oh wait, who did the Rams just play? Oh, I got it. Okay.
I was trying to multitask with a Discord question, and I don't know how Antonio Brown came up, but the question, Ben, was from Cream. Hey, Cream. Sorry if you covered it. Just came home from church. Would you get to? That is true. That is the true definition of atoning for your sins, Ben. You go to church, you come home, you immediately pop on the deeper dive, which leads me to ask the question: are we at 5? What did we put our What did you put it at?
537.
We're at 516.
Yeah, right on. As usual, I nailed it.
We have 2,500 people watching. Surely some have forgotten to tap that. Just if you don't mind, go ahead, tap that. It feels good.
And we got a good super chat that you can read.
Try it. It feels good. You're gonna love it. See, I told you. Thank you, guys. But anyway, this one from Cream. Would you get any Godwin since he's expected to play with no Mike Evans? I don't think it's crazy, but it's not an easy matchup. I assume he's going to see a lot of Cooper DeJean here. Baker doesn't seem to be 100%. He's back. Ben and I both agree. It seems unlikely that he has a full workload in his first game back. I don't know. I don't love it. Do I hate it? Kind of, because he's $6K on DraftKings. Like, I don't know. He just seems overpriced to me, Ben.
Yeah, I'd rather play McMillan amongst many others at the same price point. I'm going to rattle through a couple questions if I can here. Daniel, you guys ever play against your defense? I try not to do it. I think there are times where you could, but on a large slate, it's not something I would do. Certainly when you're talking about, like a afternoon slate or something of that nature, it's a little more reasonable.
All right.
And here, you can read the super chat.
All right. Just a comment from Josh saying, dude, not our Josh. Josh, dude, I like it right when Loughy said, see, I told you it feels good. And he said it did feel good. I told you. It's good. It's cathartic.
Mm-hmm.
Antoine Wake, thanks for the DFS consults. You two are the perfect mix of sporty.
See, this guy knows.
Thanks, brother.
We appreciate you. And yes, Amari and Hampton is going to have.
I should have keep it up there just so people can see. I should have not because it said that, but because I didn't.
You want to pin? You're going to pin it to your tails?
No, because I didn't finish reading it yet. I should have pre-screened that when you said, "Go ahead, fella." Like, how have I done shows with you for almost a decade now and not known something was coming? Go ahead. My wife loves watching you, Hampton Hammer. It's a great spot, Ben.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, he can't be phased out game script wise, and he's a really good player, it seems like.
Also, can we talk about the jealousy exuding from our own Eric Lindquist with that comment?
No respect. You would think after hitting,
I'd say it's a bad look.
Yeah, it's a tough scene. Like I said, this guy. I went in his Discord this morning. Multiple home runs cashed last night. Everyone's celebrating. You would think that would be enough, but it's just
it never is.
It never is. He's on fire betting, and he just needs to have it all.
Even you somehow managed to throw a compliment in there. I'm saying he's on fire. You know what I mean?
I'm a nice person. You know me.
Yeah.
I'm a man of the people.
Good things will happen to you. Anyway. Almost made. Looking forward to your summary later, Love. I've had fun. I appreciate you guys watching this. I got some good feedback. Just posting like the Twitter weekly recap, weekly reactions on Twitter. Been a lot of fun. Come follow us too. Loughy_D, Jazz Raz Bets. We have a good time. Anyway, Antoine. Eric, she's seen you but doesn't have the same feelings. Let's play golf soon. No, that's the That's just the final dig in right
That's
there.
the ticket.
Thank you, Antoine, for the super chats. Very nice of you. For me, Michael Pittman, I'll always have some Jonathan Taylor. Always. Like, it's just, he's that good, and I still think he's underpriced. Probably not getting the much Josh Downs, but Warren. I like Nakua. I love your idea of playing him with Kyron, and I have a little more interest still in Adams than you, but I understand your concern there.
Let's keep it going. We got a super chat.
Yeah, well, I just wanted
Gary.
to pull up. For those of you guys curious, there's our exposure to the Colts.
Yeah, it looks pretty reasonable. Single entry spy, Penix double or Geno double. I like both of those. We haven't talked about the Raiders. It would be the Geno double for me though, if I had to choose one.
Jacksonville and San Francisco. Fair to say we both have some interest in buying the dip, so to speak, on Brian Thomas a little bit this week, and no Nick Bosa at all either. Like, he's getting 6% ownership, 6.8 in the Sims right now, Ben. Pretty crazy, man.
25 targets in 3 games, and he has 7 receptions.
Isn't that amazing?
That's unsustainably bad. If he keeps getting this volume, Brian Thomas Jr., I know there's been some drops. I know there's been some frustration. That tells the story right there. This is why I don't like Godwin, by the way. Like, 6,100 for this guy. Like, that's why Godwin's getting boxed out.
Good. Yes. I mean, not just him. I mentioned all of those other guys.
The opportunity cost is massive in the lower 6s.
Yep. I like Brenton Strange. No problems there. I may take a shot or two on a Trevor Lawrence stack, but probably just Thomas and some Brett. But I could see that Brian Thomas and Brenton Strange with Lawrence stack being super low owned, like really, really low owned. And then a McCaffrey run back or something like that. That's why I'm saying there are ways to make that work where you don't feel terrible about it, because it's a concentrated offense in San Francisco. What do you have? Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, and then your 20 plus touch per game McCaffrey. I say 20 plus because you get Juwan Jennings back. It's probably 25. It's not the craziest idea.
I kind of like that. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it works really well, but I don't think many people are going to want to do that at all.
No. Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
And do you think there's also an element to where, like, Liam Cohen, if we believe, and I know you believe in Liam, you're a fan, right, of Liam Cohen?
Huge fan. I mean, he made Will Levis. People wonder, like, how did people Will Levis? Look at the Kentucky Liam Cohen teams.
So maybe there is an aspect here that's like, this offense might just continue to improve week over week with Liam Cohen. Right?
I mean, I'm definitely a believer in him. He's not like the Titans guy.
So I'm going to try some of those stacks out. I don't think it's crazy. On the other side, McCaffrey, what more needs to be said about him? I will point out that he's going to be exceedingly popular today. But aside from that, the workload's been crazy despite the lack of efficiency. Sometimes it doesn't matter. I'll have plenty. I don't know if I want to get to 50%, but if I'm with the field on McCaffrey, fine. Pearsall and Jennings, yeah, not as much as I've liked them in previous games. I will say I actually have some respect for this Jags defense right now. They're actually playing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, McCaffrey's McCaffrey. You know what? I think San Francisco is one of the easiest teams to talk about. You have McCaffrey, you have Pearsall, and then that's about it for reasonable things. Parker Washington, if you're playing Lawrence, I guess could factor in, but I kind of put him in the Luke McCaffrey bucket of.
You also want to wait to see if De'Ami Brown is active or not. If you take him off the field, then Parker Washington's out there a lot.
Yeah. Thoughts on Scatterboo Hampton, the same lineup? I think that's fine. I have no problem with that.
It's not, you're not going to be doing anything unique.
No,
but it's
people
fine.
would do that.
Favorite way to play this game? I gave you mine.
Yeah, you incepted me. I would have said Brian Thomas Jr. standalone, and it probably still is that, but I'm going to make a Lawrence stack independently, force one in.
Could be fun, especially if McCaffrey pops
real
off.
fun. Believe me, I've tried that before. Never has the word fun coincided with Lawrence
that's because you always ran him with Evan Ingram.
That's true, and Christian Kirk. And it never worked, ever. But that's all right.
Baltimore and Kansas City. Ben.
Yes.
This is one of the spots you liked early in the week.
Yes.
Baltimore -2.5. Of course, one more reminder to you guys that jumped in late. Be sure to come hang out with us over on Tails. Everything is free over there. Of course, some people like Ben have premium Discords, right? And premium picks that you can grab in the VIP. You don't even need to be on Discord. I mean, I would recommend you do, but you don't need to be. You can get the VIP access right there. But Ben's been posting a ton of free bets as well, including myself. We have a possible $1,000 giveaway over on mine. All you have to do is hit the fire emoji on it. Lots of other bets I've posted this week. Greg, Eric, Josh has a ton of awesome NBA futures props. He's going to have a ton throughout the NBA regular season. And everybody else that you're looking for, all of this stuff is free, guys. Everything's free too, because one, we want to make this a marketplace for bets where, unlike Twitter, Ben, I'll steal this from you, where like, yeah, you'll get some bets, but then also you have to see all of this other shit you just don't want, right? And it's so much harder to curate your own feed. Here, it's literally just bets, and it's just those people you follow and nothing else. And you can turn on notifications. You can follow them however you want. It's all free, and we're doing so much good over there. You can just straight one-click tail picks, all of these, find the best odds with one click.
Look at all this. This is all
awesome.
free. This is all free content right now. So you can go here and you can find, even if you're just like, I do this a lot. I have a boost and I'm like, shit, I don't have time to make this. I have no actionable things. I go to the Tails feed and I see who else is using it and what are they doing? You know, a baseball boost that I'm not going to make, or an NHL futures boost. I go to Jake Hari and I say, what do I do? He tells me the Ducks. Stuff like that. It's all on the Tails feed. Again, come and see it and let us know, because we have some insanely cool features dropping. But the cool thing about this platform, we're making it of what people want. So if you say, man, this would be awesome, but I wish, finish that sentence and tweet me and Loughy. That's what we want you to do.
Go to tails.bet or just use the link in the description for Ben and myself and everybody else, just to follow us. Clayton, no other site has so many ways to get free shit. We try, man. We want people to use our tools and win with them and enjoy a fun experience if you're going to bet. Like, that's what it's all about. Brandon Martin, love Tails. Appreciate it, man. All right. Zay, Lamar, Ravens, the tools and the projections and the data and the sims, not particularly high on Baltimore today. I heard you mention towards the top of the show, you like some Derrick Henry contrarian spots. Ben, 3 straight games with a fumble, 2 of them costly enough. One of them clearly cost them the game in week 1. Last week, it turned a 1-score game into a 2-score game, and they lost that as well. Going back to the well here?
Yes. I like Baltimore in the game. I think you can use Derrick Henry, but I also think you can go Lamar and Zay. Zay, everyone's talking, rightfully so, about Derrick Henry's fumble. How about the fact that Zay Flowers was a straight no-show? Andrews was great for a change. Lamar didn't look vintage Lamar. He was a little slower. He was getting caught, but I still believe that Baltimore it's not a must-win game, but both these teams don't want to be 1-3. I'm getting to the Ravens. I'm going to mix and match, and I just know any given week, I don't care how bad they're playing, Lamar can go for 40, Derrick Henry can go for 40. And I just want pieces of them, not together, but just because I think if you get a ceiling performance from one of them this week, you're talking real low ownership relative to how good they really are.
I wasn't really interested, but I feel like you moved the needle for me a little bit. This was a team that I wanted to bet them. I didn't really have much DFS interest. I get it. The ceiling is too high for the ownership, is I think what you're saying here.
100%. And again, the ceiling is too high. I think there's a lot of ways Derrick Henry has a very, very uninspiring game today.
And Lamar could be pedestrian too. Yeah.
100%. But Derrick Henry could rumble for $180 and 3 today. There's no doubt in my mind.
You're absolutely right. Kansas City, someone had mentioned to me on Twitter today, like, hey, Loughy, you guys got to talk about Kansas City's, the running backs. Given Baltimore, they're missing a bunch of they're missing key defensive players. They've been gashed on last week. They got killed on the ground. It's really tough for me, man. Running back is simply too deep for me to take a shot on Pacheco or Kareem Hunt in that backfield with how inefficient they've been, even with Baltimore struggling defensively as they are. I don't have a lot of Kansas City this week. And maybe maybe I should be going Mahomes, Worthy, and Hollywood Brown. I might make a couple of them just in case now that Worthy's back in action, because Baltimore's defense has not looked very good.
No. They honestly haven't looked good for quite a while. They give up chunk plays. That was a problem last year. And everything I said about Baltimore, I do think is somewhat applicable to the Chiefs. Having said that, I'm more on the Baltimore side. I think the Worthy piece is confusing, to be honest. I'm stunned he's back so soon. I'm not sure what he gives them. And I do think it still kind of convolutes an already difficult situation. So if you want to buy the Chiefs as a home dog in Arrowhead with some of these dudes, I get it. But at the same time, I have other low-owned, high-leverage spots that I prefer. So process of elimination for me, not necessarily saying I hate it, though.
Yep. All right. Maybe a game stack or two for me mixed in.
Ooh, little Purdy stack. That is from Devon. Intriguing. Yeah, it is concentrated. I think you can probably get a lot of the Niners' core production without having Purdy in there. That's probably my biggest knock on it. You don't really need Purdy. You could just play Pearsall and CMC.
Ready for our final game of the week before we turn it over to our friends Eric Lindquist and Chris Spags?
I think we should do. Apparently, Wentz is not playing well.
Chicago and the Las Vegas Raiders.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was stupid.
I mean, the game's not over. It's what, 14-6?
I have no idea. Again, I'm assuming it's 38 to 0. They lost the points retroactively.
I think it's 14-6. I'll take some Rome again for sure. This guy's like top 10 in every relevant category that matters for DFS right now. You know, target share is up there. It's almost 30%. Air yards, like 60% of team air yards, something crazy. 7 of Caleb Williams' 14 deep targets have gone to Rome, and they've connected on a bunch of them for big yardage and a score. I like him. Do I love DeAndre Swift this week? No. Actually, I'm a little worried that, after the last game, you could see Kyle Monangai worked in more. I don't love that spot. I'd actually like to get less. I do love the Raiders, though, Ben. I like the Raiders this week. I like Geno. I like a buy low on Brock Bowers at 11%. I like Jacoby Myers despite the popularity. I don't love chasing Trey Tucker, but I'll even go back to I'll go to Ashton Genty here as well. I like them, and I still really don't believe in this Chicago Bears defense.
Oh, no. I definitely don't believe in this Chicago Bears defense. All we learned last week was that the Cowboys defense is double disgraceful. Not that the Bears defense is anything special. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. So one of the things I wanted to look at was Luther Burden, because, he kind of emerged, and I said, did it come at the expense of Rome or DJ Moore? The answer is no. They just had more of them out there at the same time. So I'm not worried about that on that side. Vegas, Ashton Genty. This is the spot. I think this is his breakout game. Not alone in that. I bet him to score. I like this spot quite a bit. He is one of my most important pieces of the entire slate. And if you don't go there, or you just want to get Geno stacks, he factors in along with Myers and Bowers for me.
Did you bet his longest rush prop?
No, but I should, because for him to get there, that's a given. There's no
that's
chance.
Why I'm asking. That's been your thing all year long. You would think that would, dovetail with your process on Genty every week.
Sims loving Geno, and I'm not feeling it. Talk me into a 20 max with 10 bullets. Yeah, I mean, listen, I look at the Bears. They just seem to be perpetually in these type of game environments. And the thing about, look at the screen of price points. A Raiders offense where every guy is basically mid fives plus or minus $500. I just like that environment. And last week, Trey Tucker consumed such a disproportionate amount of the total points for the offense. If that's dispersed more normally this week, you're going to see a lot of opportunities for these guys against a pretty bad defense. And I think that's what we get.
The Raiders have the same implied total as the Chargers.
Yeah. In a 1.5 point spread.
Yeah. Right. It's 25 points. Anyway, guys, stick around. Thank you for all of the support. Thank you for hanging out. What did we finish on? Where are we at on likes, Ben?
We were at 697. That is impressive. You guys, see if we push it towards 1,000. Not that Eric and Spags are going to be able to do that type of heavy lifting, but that would be pretty cool. Don't close the stream, Loughy. I say that every week.
Thank you, sir. And I say this every week. If you haven't done so yet, before these games lock, go to stokastic.com/HOF, download one of these beautiful avatars, use it wherever it is you play. Because if you finish top 3 in any field of 5,000 or more, it doesn't matter if it's a nickel to enter it. It does not matter. Finish top 3, you are getting a free month of any sport max, Sims Max for any sport. You win twice in a calendar year. That is another free month plus a free week. You win 3 times, Sims All Access for them. There is no better rewards program for rocking an avatar than we have here. Ring of Honor, any win of 20K plus, you get the beautiful custom ring in the display case commemorating your win. And then you get for the Millie, well, we'll talk about that later. But man, you can win many times a year just by rocking the avatar. I say it all the time. Your dog is cute. You guys love him as a family. Nobody else cares when they see him up top. They go, hey, that asshole won. I don't care about his dog. Yeah, that's the Stokastic avatar. They go, ooh, who's that? And then you get a bunch of free stuff in the process. So anyway, appreciate you guys hanging out. As always, Ben and I will see you over on Tails. There is an app for that, by the way, in case you were curious. We'll see you over there on Tails. We'll see you over there on Twitter. And hopefully, Ben, at the top of the leaderboards.
Damn right.
Ooh, not bad.
Not
All
bad.
right. We'll see you guys back here for the next one. Have a great week, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
You're muted.
This is the worst morning ever. Skull, hi everyone. I'm at Eric Lindquist. This is Chris Spags. Go follow him at Chris Spags. The Vikings have given up 2 touchdowns to Kenneth Gainwell, and I am not well. How are you, Chris?
I'm doing okay here. Excited to be here. I don't have a losing jersey on, so things are looking okay, but I've built some nice lineups. The puppy's wandering around, dropping a bone on my foot as I talk, but I think there's some nice plays today. I think curious to see what the latest Sims give us, but curious to hear your takes as well, as you sure going to be in fine spirits today.
Yeah, I've got one disturbing play of the day. He's sub 5K, and we'll get into him at wide receiver. I think he's in a phenomenal spot, and I'm just a little bit surprised that people just are giving up on him. So we're going to play lots of him in tournaments. That is, we've got the Sims on screen here. I thought, maybe, hey, I'll rerun some stuff. And then I X'd out my tab on accident. So that was number 1. Number 2, I had to watch the Minnesota Vikings this morning and wake up at 6 a.m. to do it and, get all my stuff in. So that's number 2. And number 3, I hate football. So why? Why does this happen all the time. Anytime we go to whatever, hit that like button, everybody, as we begin breaking down week 4 of the NFL season. Anything you want to bring up from like a high level perspective? Because promise, I'm a professional. I think 80 minutes that we've got here of this show. And I think there's a lot to get to, lots of tournament plays that we can get to here as well. But anything you want to bring up from a high level perspective on this slate?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a very obvious Christian McCaffrey, Puka Nacua slate. In terms of the sims I ran before the show, and I have to go through the exposures from the one I just ran. But Puka Nacua coming up more than the field. He's coming up in at least half your lineups, even though the field's expected to play him. About 40%. Christian McCaffrey, a little bit closer to the field in the sim that I ran. But still, these guys are going to be in a large portion of lineups. So you're right away, if you're thinking about building uniquely, the game theory of trying to fade these highly projected guys, you obviously have to make up those projection points somewhere else. But I think there's credible ways to get away from it. I'm candidly playing a little more chalk than I would like to. And it does feel like it worries me that Bijan Robinson, a Saquon Barkley, a Bucky Irving, there's a lot of guys you're going to overlook if you end up playing the chalk. But Sims love the chalk this week, Eric. So you must be in hog heaven.
I'm not. I'm fixing my mic. Got everything set. Yeah, no, Minnesota's just ruined everything this morning. And it just is what it is. Being a Minnesota sports fan is my character flaw. It's the worst thing about me. It's the worst thing that I've ever done. And thanks, Mom and Dad. But love you guys. They're over at the game in Ireland, so hopefully they're really having a great time. Anyway, let's get to this slate because there's tons to get to at the quarterback position. I think there's one player in particular here as we go to the exposures tab here with the Sims tool, which, by the way, you can sign up, get yourself some great access here just by checking out the link. Join. You get DraftKings, Underdog, Onyx odds now available as well. You sign up with any of our partners here. You can get yourself a month of the Sims. Why wouldn't you just take advantage of that now? Like, do it while we're on this show. We've got 75 minutes of building lineups here on DraftKings, on FanDuel, and tons to get to. We have plenty of time. Spags and I are going to be talking for a long time, breaking everything down for you. Why don't you just break it down over on the Sims tool alongside us here as we go? I would love to see you there. All right. At the quarterback position, Lamar Jackson's just not going to get played by anybody. Like, what? Lamar Jackson isn't even showing up in any of our lineups here. And that's a little surprising to me. One, Kansas City and Baltimore. I mean, this is like legitimately shootout beyond shootout potential, and nobody's talking about it. I haven't seen a single show talk about this. Two, I get that they're expensive, but we have so many cheapies that we can kind of rotate in at wide receiver. Tight end, if Brock Bowers doesn't completely smash, there's a lot of cheapies that we could potentially rotate around, and I do like Brock Bowers. I don't want to besmirch the great name of Georgia's finest, but I do feel as though there are lots of ways that we can find some salary relief, and Jalen Hurts, I get that he's up there against Tampa Bay, notoriously good run stuffers with Vita Vea in the middle, just a great run defense. Bowles knows what he's doing, but I'm just a little surprised to see nobody wanting to click on him in a spot where Baltimore would go to 1-3. Kansas City would go to 1-3. Derrick Henry has fumbled multiple times, and I think it'll be just fine going forward. But like, is there any expensive quarterback you like? Because mine doesn't even show up in the Sims right now.
Yeah, I did not get a lot of Lamar. I only got 1% there. I did boost Josh Allen a little bit because I do want to play some game environments for that one, going off a little bit more. But I'm with you on Lamar. Like, it does seem like he's a little bit underowned, especially for a team with 25.5 implied points. The Chiefs defense, not so good to start the year either, giving up 0.07 EPA per dropback, 0.08 EPA per pass. So positive numbers there towards the higher end, though not certainly anywhere near a Dallas here or Chicago or Vegas, any of the ones that are going to be shootout spots today. But I think for Lamar, the big thing that stands out to me is like he's really struggling with pressure of the year, getting pressure on 45% of his dropbacks. He's also getting sacked 10% of the time. So it's something where Lamar, I've said on a lot of content I've done lately, like he plays playground ball, and sometimes that works out for the best. Sometimes that works out for the worst. And he's still good enough that like overall his efficiency is still really good across the board. But when you take sacks over and over again, like I think for Lamar, it's almost unique where he could take a sack and then the next play might be even more valuable. If he takes those sacks on third down, it's a little bit of a push-pull situation that could end up bad for him. So I see why Lamar's low. I agree with you that playing into the upside there makes sense. And it is, a do or die spot for the team. So if you want to put any little narrative juice on that, you can. But I would favor Josh Allen personally just because the total in that game is just so high. Like he might go nuts if the Saints hang in that one.
Yeah, if the Saints hang in a 17.5-point spread,
Like it could be a thing where they go off late. Like,
Right,
there's ways we always see it happen where like the Vegas total people think it means one thing. Like I think Bills Dolphins a couple weeks ago is a good example of that, where it still ended up being a 10-point game, but the Dolphins hung around, the Bills put them away. It was still mostly a safe win. That could be the case for the Saints. I do like, I'm playing some Rattler stacks, so I might be bag defending a little.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, it's 14.5. I just was being dramatic. That's kind of how I go about it. We love Chalkquist. No. Chalkquist is not on the show today. I mean, the things I like today are way off the board, especially a wide receiver. Wacko for Flacco might be a thing that we talk about here in a second as well. I mean, come from behind in a dome, Detroit in a dome. I mean, this game too is just another one that it seems like I want to play a lot more than the field. Jalen Hurts is $1,000 less here than Josh Allen. We saw that, hey, he can still functionally throw a football last week and come from behind mode against the Rams. I don't think that was ever necessarily in question. And you talk about the pass rate over expectation for them. Obviously, it is way lower. It is a low number on Jalen Hurts. They want to run the football. But if they can't against Tampa Bay, if it's ineffective in some way, shape, or form, I think that we're getting some great value both in the betting markets and on Jalen Hurts as well. He's the guy who's showing up a little bit for me in this range as well on the expensive end. And Justin Herbert, I think eternally is just one of those guys you double stack and move along with your day. I'm curious to see the push and pull with a Marion Hampton. What happens for some of the hand builders, especially in single entry, which we've got the best single entry system basically set up for you. The single entry simulator that we've got going right now in the Sims tool was utilizing that before the show, breaking stuff down. We'll probably do it a little bit later on this show like we did last week as well. But Spags, what do you think about the over 6K quarterbacks here? Because I like Justin Herbert, like most people will. Jalen Hurts, I'm mixing in a little bit, but are we forgetting about Brock Purdy somewhat too, in a spot where Jacksonville's defense is starting to get, a little bit of steam? People are starting to notice they're pretty good, but like we got news Jennings is in. We got news that, Ricky Pearsall should be good, and Christian McCaffrey catches 10 balls a game. There's so many doubles available to him as well.
I'm actually surprised. The sim I just ran, I didn't get Purdy at all. Got some this morning, so I'm not sure what happened there. I didn't change any projections in the one that I just did. So he's not coming up for me, but Jennings is tough because he should be limited. He's had a shoulder injury and an ankle injury. I do think he is a guy that commands targets well. Like he's a much better targeter than Ricky Pearsall. Pearsall obviously still has big spike week upside because of the fact that he gets some deep targets and is pretty athletic after the catch as well. But Jennings, in terms of being a target earner, like he's been around 25% this year. He was close to 30% per route last year. I think he's a player it's kind of interesting to have in the mix. I'm just not sure if you get the full workload, and the coach speak they've given, the team speak they've given has been that he's not going to play like a full workload. I think the quote was limited. So that would spook me a little bit off that, but I think Purdy with Pearsall and McCaffrey, you could play. For me, though, if they're not coming up in the sim, it wasn't something I wanted to force my way to. Hurts, I think you make the case to force your way to a little bit more because the price tag is lower than Allen and Jackson, but you still have the big upside. We saw last week the Jets have a really respectable pass game showing against his Bucs secondary that's not very good. It's going about 0.1 EPA per pass they're allowing, so a pretty soft number overall. For Hurts, there's been some local speak as well about trying to get the offense more aggressive before their backs are against the wall, I think was the exact quote. So maybe you get some narrative juice going for Hurts, but I think there's like more appealing spots to go to. Like I'm not even a huge Drake May guy, but I think he's more appealing. As a result, I'm getting a little bit less of the 6K range of some guys like Hurts, like Mahomes. Still got Herbert a good amount because I think the chalk is there. But really, I think that's kind of it in the 6K range. I really only want Herbert.
Let's get to the sub 6K range because this is where we're going to spend the most time. I'm talking about Lamar as somebody that I want to have in north of 5% of lineups because of what the upside can be. I have, 6% of Jalen Hurts here at the moment. So, I mean, this is still 10, 11% of my entire portfolio at the moment. We get to this 5K range, and I think this is where most people are living. And I pulled up the stack exposures just to kind of show people. We got Matt Stafford being doubled quite a bit in our top 150. We simulate this out 10,000 times, 10,000 lineups, and we've got ourselves Matthew Stafford there in a lot of doubles. Geno Smith showing up at 9.3% here. A lot of those just being doubles as well, and a lot of onslaughts coming in his direction as well. We have so much exposure to these 5K quarterbacks, and you can kind of work down from there a little bit here as we go back into the, just kind of setting it up here. But Geno Smith, 22% of him. Matthew Stafford, 12%. Drake May, 11.3%. I do think in cash, there's something to be kind of having a conversation about, especially I assume Davante Adams plays for what it's worth. He was somebody that I thought was pretty darn cash viable. I still got him in there. I might swap off of it here in the next 70 minutes. I'm not sure, but if there is late swap, I don't mind having Geno Smith just sitting there in the wings, just as another late swap. I mean, I've kind of worked through multiple iterations of it for cash this week, but man, there are a lot of 5K guys, not to mention Daniel Jones in the game environment du jour, Caleb Williams in the other game environment out on the West Coast. So, I mean, my goodness, my friend, so many 5K quarterbacks. Who are your favorites to get to? We can kind of break down how we want to stack them up as well.
I mean, Stafford is, I think, going to be a popular play this week more than you would expect because people usually don't want to play the guy that doesn't have a ton of rushing upside. And also, the passing ceiling, even though, he does tend to put together a lot of yardage, a lot of PPR points with receivers, the touchdown equity is not necessarily that huge, just how much work they give to Kyren Williams. And this year, Blake Corum as well in the run game. Stafford's a guy I'm moving away from this week. I got him in the sim. I got him 7%. Fields at 7. When I get my final lineups, I'm going to kind of knock that down just because I think he's a really popular play on other sites out there with sim products. He comes up even more really unavoidable. And I think too, the fact that, if you run an optimal lineup with projections really across the industry, you're going to get Puka Nacua and Davante Adams in those lineups pretty much straight away. That means that you're going to get kind of Stafford tailing along with that more than you probably want to play against. And I think there's enough upside for other guys. So Stafford looks like a great play on his face. That's just one kind of tournament thing I'm trying to get different with. For the rest of the guys here, you mentioned a lot of names. I think it's a really strong category, but I'm curious your thoughts on Stafford more because he's just a guy that, best ball, so unpopular. People thought his spine wasn't going to be able to withstand being able to play it all. And it's shocking to me to see him potentially be if people use the data, he might be a 10% play. And I just feel like that doesn't happen very often with Stafford.
Yeah, it has more to do with, I think, the Colts game environments that they're starting to breed. We saw them play Miami, we saw them play Denver at home, and we saw them play Tennessee on the road, where it just kind of became the Jonathan Taylor show at the end of that one. Obviously, he was the must-have piece of week 3, but we haven't really talked a lot about them defensively, and that was kind of my thing with Bo Nix. Was 2 weeks ago where we really played a lot of Bo Nix from a tournament perspective, and on a lot of slates, that would have worked out really, really well. You unfortunately needed to have some of those Super Saiyan ceilings from Russell Wilson and Dak Prescott, but it is what it is. Found ourselves a 1% Bo Nix. I think Matt Stafford's starting to get what is going to end up being an Indy secondary bump. I don't think the secondary is very good. They're kind of mismatched, kind of a couple of different pieces here and there that don't necessarily work in unison. And Puka Nacua is going to catch 100 plus balls automatically. 130, 140 is actually on the table for him this year. And Davante Adams is just an alpha. He's your wide receiver too. If that hamstring holds up, this is just such a good spot. You kind of know where the ball's going. It's getting funneled into those guys. And they haven't been very effective with Kyren Williams. I mean, we're going to see Blake Corum mixed in a little bit more. One of my favorite plays over on Tails for the week was looking at some Blake Corum goodness for all the pick'em cards at 19.5, 20.5 rushing yards. They said that they wanted to start getting him established a little bit more into that offense. And usually Sean McVay's a damn dirty liar when it comes to this stuff. I think you can look at Kyren Williams and maybe the effectiveness is starting to trail down. I think we'll talk about him at the running back position as well. But this has everything to do with Matt Stafford is going to have to bring stack partners along. But is that necessarily a bad thing? Because how do you even go about stacking up Drake May today, Spags? It's such a headache to figure out what to do with him. And Stafford, it's well, yeah, I'm going to double him up. I'm going to move on with my life.
Yeah, that's part of the issue I have with Drake May. I mean, the other one is that I think he is a little more error prone than people realize. And look, I was team Jaden Daniels last year. I feel like that was, correct in the great wars of Jaden Daniels versus Drake May, but you kind of want to reevaluate things in year 2. I was still low on Drake May heading into the year, but he's playing well enough to kind of make me think, all right, I need to adjust my priors a little bit on him. What stands out with Drake May, and so there's 2 things. Number one is that he doesn't really feed targets to anybody right now. Stephon Diggs is not playing a ton of routes. He's only playing 37 snaps per game, 25 routes per game. The net result is 5 targets for him, which is not enough to feel comfortable stacking. Keyshawn Butte has had some upside, but he's only getting 4 targets a game. It's all kind of deep shot stuff. So maybe he gets you there in a Trey Tucker kind of way, but Trey Tucker's playing a lot more snaps and running a lot more routes. So I just don't know that Butte's comfortable. Hunter Henry, we just saw have a big game. He's had 2 pretty solid games to start the year. He's going to be a very obvious stack partner for May. So I think there's really nothing here that stands out stack wise that I feel comfortable with. And that's where he comes knocked down a little bit more. And he's also, the second thing I wanted to say, really bad under pressure, giving up about 1 point in EPA per pressure drop back. And that's where Drake May can be really error prone, where he has catastrophic kind of brain farts that lead to picks, the fumbles. The total here clearly supports New England getting there. But like people threw Ramondre in the bus last week, and it's like Drake May has thrown like red zone interceptions. Like he's impeded this offense at times too. And, I think that's my concern point, is like, it's not a clean stack, and Drake May screws up like any of us do, but on a public stage.
Yeah, but on a public stage in front of millions of people for $1 billion product, and gets hit and hurt in the meanwhile. Like, it's really tough to be a starting quarterback. But like I said on an MLB show earlier this week, the best gig in football or in life is a backup quarterback, or maybe the third string quarterback is even better. Like, very little chance of coming in and getting pulverized. If you go in and do anything well, you're the hero. You get completely anointed. And that kind of leads us to Marcus Mariota. What do we do with him this week, coming off of obviously a very functional football game last week? He's on the road in Atlanta here, going back against a team that obviously spit him out. Different coaching staff for what it's worth. Arthur Smith now beating up on my Minnesota Vikings as the offensive coordinator with Aaron Rodgers. I'm living in hell. I'm just living in hell. But Marcus Mariota is 5K here today, and I was kind of expecting to get to more of him than I am. As you can see on your screen, in our top 150, Marcus Mariota, just 4% of lineups. I talked about all of the stack partners and such, but we lose Terry McLaurin. I think Chris Moore is somewhat in play at 3K, but like Zach Ertz, Deebo Samuel, that's pretty straightforward to me as well. I think if Marcus Mariota finds success here in Atlanta, this is a game environment where we're going to have some Drake London interest. Bijan Robinson, I have interest at running back, where he's not really pulling as much ownership as, well, we'll get there because we have some mega chalk that exists over there. But what are you planning to do with Marcus Mariota? Michael Penix, I suppose, in that same game environment, showing up to 3.3% of lineups. I'm not sure how to handle that football game.
Yeah, I mean, the totals are a little bit lower than you'd like to see. Earlier in the week, there was about 2 more points in the game. And obviously, you lose Jaden. That's going to knock down the total a little bit. But it's now just, 20.3 implied points for Washington, 23 and change for Atlanta. Not a high total spot, definitely favoring more of an Atlanta bounce back after they were so massively disappointing last week. But with Mariota, the tough part is that like the Atlanta secondary has been pretty good to start the year, giving up a negative 0.05 EPA per pass, negative 0.04 EPA per drop back. So impeding stuff meaningfully enough. And Mariota's been solid. Like he's got an 86% catchable ball rate this year. He running 6 times per game, 2 inside the red zone. I think he's got some merits, and I agree with you. The stack is really clean. It's probably going to be Deebo and Ertz that get there. Maybe an outside shot of Jalen Lane, because I think he's the one. People think Luke McCaffrey, but McCaffrey's mostly a slot guy. Should be Lane getting some more outside routes and maybe a massive Terry McLaurin style opportunity that he's had this year. But I don't love the stack, and the Sim's not giving me a lot of it. So I don't think there's a huge difference between like Mariota and Jackson Dart, and like Jackson Dart's a more fun click, but Mariota should be in a competitive game. So wouldn't hate if I got more, but I only got 4% and change, and I didn't boost it or go out of my way to get more.
Yeah, I'm very aware. We're going to have Vikings Browns. I get to live the same hell next week. Awesome. Can't wait. Wake up at 5:30, get all my work done because I'm a responsible human being who just does the best he can every single day, and then gets punished for it as I watch my 6:30 a.m. football just go into smithereens. But whatever. You have Chris Moore. I like Chris Moore the most out of any backup wide receiver from Washington. Did you say you liked Lane more?
I think, let me look at the snap count. In my brain, I've thought it was going to be Jalen Lane who benefits. Chris Moore, too many Moores. All right, Chris Moore played 33 snaps last week.
Yep.
Jalen Lane, 14. Yeah, I guess you might be right. It's more so. I feel like Lane, they've fed targets enough that I would think be curious about seeing more. I'm not really playing either of these guys, so like for what it's worth, I don't really think it matters that much. But you could be right about that being the play.
The main appeal is like just flat 3K, because I think Adonai Mitchell is still probably 3,100 going to absorb most of the ownership of anybody going cheap. And so in the interest of finding something even cheaper for $100 less, finding myself onto some Chris Moore, who played a little bit more than Lane did last week. Again, it could very easily flip on its head. I always think stuff like that can be very fragile, especially early in the season as you get guys acclimated. I think most of us expected at some point Luke McCaffrey to start playing a little bit more at the course of last year, and it just never happened. Like, it just never happened for a guy that was a big best ball darling of 2024, really not even existent 2025. And hey, he did some garbage time goodness last week. So that was useful to see. Nice to have him mix in a little bit, but with no Noah Brown, no Terry McLaurin. I do think some of the stack partners, it gets a little bit cleaner. Plus, if one of those guys does pop, you're talking about like 1% of the field having them. Probably not a must have by any means. So like, I feel better about that than I do Drake May. Like that's part of it. Like Drake May is pretty cashy this week. And then also the stack partners are just a joke. I mean, it's Hunter Henry by a mile for me right now, but I think that's kind of the sentiment for everybody. Anything else that you want to talk about in the 5K range before we talk about our 4K guy to get to?
I don't want to undersell how much Geno I'm getting because I think he's a really important part of the slate. Sim wise, I got 23%, Fields at 11. I got even more when running my lineups because I tried to tackle him in some creative ways, played some more Brock Bowers, stuff like that. But Geno, has been really slinging it around out there. The game environment as well against Chicago's defense, I think is a really positive for them. Chicago, one of the worst teams in football right now with about a 0.16 EPA per dropback, 0.17 EPA per pass. And then the other side, Vegas is even worse somehow. People don't talk about that nearly as much, but they're giving up 0.25 EPA per dropback, 0.3 EPA per pass, basically worse than everybody in football besides the Cowboys. So like this game environment should be pretty pristine. Playing Caleb, playing Geno, I think is a very logical thing, but Geno comes up more. Geno, I think you can try to fade Myers, maybe fade Trey Tucker's ownership, which should be a little bit higher. Play Brock Bowers. You can also play Bowers with those guys. It's like a lot of different ways to stack it up. And Chicago's secondary and Vegas is like, they're both just lifeless to start the year.
Yeah, lifeless down here, Young and Rattler. I mean, you can see our player sim ROI here. Not very good for both of them, but there's a guy who's the only quarterback who is positively simming out right now outside of Daniel Jones, 0.6%, who is probably my favorite of this range for what it's worth. I don't want to undersell Daniel Jones. I'm playing two big lineups over on DK. I'm playing 150. Well, I'm playing 300 technically on DK. Then FanDuel playing like some 20 max stuff. They have that great $4 tournament that if you're not signing up for that early in the week, you're kind of doing it wrong. So make sure that you're getting into that one nice and early. They've been giving like maximum or like guaranteed overlay and a bunch of other stuff. But Jackson frickin' Dart. This guy tore it up in the preseason. I didn't watch a ton of preseason football, but I mean, saw the highlights like everybody else did. Looked pretty good in the pocket. Obviously crushed in interviews to move himself up the draft board. Daboll goes out and says, yep, that's going to be our guy. And he basically has his job attached to this guy. So it doesn't shock me that we're seeing him here in week 4. But what are we going to expect out of him? Because this is a Chargers defense that has pieces, no doubt about it. I mean, just unbelievable talent on the defensive side, but kind of leading to more shootouts going forward. I think you're going to get a large pass rate over expectation from the Chargers side of things. Maybe Jackson Darts comes along for the ride. He's mobile. He runs. He also is kind of, I would say you come from the Lane Kiffin tree. It's probably a good situation coming into the NFL right from the get-go. How do you feel about Jackson Dart's chances of success today, Spags?
It's tough to say in week 1 in a game where he's only implied for 18.5 points to like really give the full, throated support, which I know people say pause to, but I'd like to give really get all the way behind it. Again, pause for what Jackson Dart is. But he was the guy I really liked the most compared to how people viewed him coming into the early parts of the NFL draft process, where I really start because of best ball and there's tournaments in January while the playoffs are still going on, kind of have to prep rookies really early. Jackson Dart to me was graded out similarly to a Bo Nix last year, where he's really efficient, different kinds of players. Where Jackson Dart was more of a downfield thrower, more of a gunslinger, also ran 7.5 times per game in college. So he brings a bit of a rushing component. I think he's got a lot of stuff going for him. I just didn't think he was going to start this early. Like I thought Russell Wilson would tread water. They would kind of keep him at bay until it was real, like, let's save our jobs time at the end of the year. The fact he's getting in early, I think, speaks to the fact that he was really good in the preseason, earned the team's trust. The reports out there at the team captains, like, went other way on both defense and offense. Like, hey, we're behind you. Like, we think you can do this kind of thing. I think he can be good. And I think the fact you have really obvious target tree with Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson getting 10.7, 7.5 targets a game respectively. Scattaboo as like this bruising running back that also catches a lot of passes as like a safety valve. he's set up for success. It's a tough week 1 matchup, but the Chargers suck against the run. So maybe they get the run going a little bit and it opens things up for Dart would be the hope. But I'm playing Dart because it's fun. I'm playing Dart knowing that there is some downside risk. Matt Kajeski, of course, knows college football so well. You guys might remember, if you know college football similarly, there are a few meltdown games for Jackson Dart where he was like, I think it was against Florida, where he was like trailing from behind, had 3 red zone opportunities, turned them all into picks. He's a gunslinger. So there's downside to that when you're a rookie. But he's fun to play. You're playing a 20 max, play some. I mean, that's kind of how I approached it.
Yep, I feel the exact same way. I'm going to play right around 10% of him, so I'm going to be double the field. More than likely, he is a really, really good option on a slate where, again, we've got Hurts, Mahomes, Herbert, like guys like this that are kind of mixing in on the expensive end. And, well, 4,500 just gives you a completely different build. And I don't really have a lot of interest in the Rattler, Bryce Young side of things. But, I mean, if you get the Nakua and McCaffrey ceilings I don't even think you necessarily need ceilings. If you get the 25 spots from both of them, not the 35 Super Saiyan kind of ceilings, but like Jackson Dart's really useful to have mixing in, whether that is Wan'Dale Robinson, whether that is Malik Neighbors, more expensive at 7K over on DK. For FanDuel purposes, I will say I don't have as much interest to be firing up Jackson Dart whatsoever. Brock Purdy is kind of the guy who I think shows out a lot more over on FanDuel. Not sure if you're playing over there today, Spags.
I'm not, but I think relative to prices and what I know, Purdy did stand out as being a better play on there than on DraftKings.
Yep, by a pretty noticeable margin. Sitting down there, I mean, what do we got? So many different quarterback options throughout. I mean, there's just so many easy doubles that I think exist with some of these mid-tier quarterbacks that are going to play through their receivers. And on FanDuel, you're really trying to isolate touchdowns. And, well, Jacksonville's defense has been really good to start the season. I'm going to just sit back and wait, and we'll see how this ends up playing out, because I'm not completely sold on them by any means. But hey, this is fantasy. This is not a no ball show. But Jackson Dart, I don't think he's set up for a lot of success here, but he's got Malik Neighbors on his football team. I think it should be an all right spot to be invested. So I'll do that. Anything else at quarterback whatsoever for you, Spags?
I'm playing some Rattler today just because it is going to be a game script where he's going to be thrown a lot. The total's awful, but it did move up a 1.5 right now. Well, maybe at least a half point, 16.8 now. For Rattler, the big things that stand out to me is like he's not as bad as it seems so far. He's thrown a really high catchable ball rate. 86% catchable ball rate is like incredibly good for a guy who's been awful in terms of counting stats overall. He's dropping back 44 times a game. There should be a lot of play volume in this game as well. Both Buffalo and New Orleans playing about 69 plays per game. Very nice number, obviously, but also just means that much play volume is like a good sign for there being scoring on both sides. But Rattler has really high, target funneling right now, going to Olave 12 a game, to Juwan Johnson 9+ a game. Even Shaheed is still getting 7 a game with over 1 red zone target per game as well. So like, I think you'd go triples. I think you'd take a shot here. And if they somehow hang in, you capture Cook still being good as chalk. Bills D, probably not playing them with them. But, I want to play like both sides of it. I want to play Rattler hanging in. I want to play the Bills D, destroying him. But he really hasn't been that bad, even though I'm not like a Rattler guy.
For what it's worth, too, I had brought up Wacko for Flacco to some extent. Not being facetious by any means. 4,700 for Flacco. I have 1% of him, but it's somebody that he's attached to that I'm just playing tons of in tournaments, going to play him in single entry, and we'll probably end up dying. So that's cool. Let's get ourselves to running back. And as we do, hit that like button. We would really appreciate it. But I think even more so than just hitting the like button, why don't you check out Tails? It's completely free right now. You head to tails.bet/Lindy if you want to check out my stuff. That's me on the screen there. If you want to check out Ben Raza, who was just on the previous show as well. We both have paid packages, but then my guy Loughy, who you just watched there, obviously is in the NFL streets day in, day out here over at Stokastic. He's got an awesome free opportunity for you guys to get bets over at Tails through his postings. You can see amazing stuff, both from a DFS and a betting perspective. So many great opportunities for you. We have Tails. The app is live at the App Store and at Google Play. So check them both out. Well, I guess you'd have 2 different devices. You're probably living a certain type of life in that way. But you know what? We're not going to go down we're not going to go down that train of thought. We're going to get ourselves back over here to Tails, where you guys can sign up at the video description box below. Tails.bet. Check out the expert picks feed there. We got Greg Ehrenberg as well firing up goodness. You've seen him here. You just saw him over building lineups with the Sims on the single lineup simulator before this show. check out all that we've got going over at Tails. The app is so clean. It's so easy to use. Plus, some free bets, some free analysis breaking down sims. Yeah, you're going to want to be checking out Tails. It is incredible what we're building over there. So check it out. Would love that as we head to the next position. Running back, we go, my friend. Christian McCaffrey's popular.
Is that it? Is that all you want to say?
My lead-in. I do these blank lead-ins, and then you either say, yeah, he is popular, Eric. Great analysis, you dipshit. You can say that. Kajeski did it with his eyes, so it's allowed.
He is popular. It's a lot of ownership. Again, Puka Nacua, Christian McCaffrey, you want to get away from the field right away. Just play people who aren't those guys. I really have no issues with McCaffrey. I think the big things that stand out for him are the workload. He's been a top expected fantasy points guy. He's also been getting himself, I believe, 28 intended touches a game, 6.3 of which are inside the red zone, 3 inside the 10-yard line. It's a really good workload. Do you think Jennings being in makes so they don't have to funnel everything to him quite as much? But like, he's getting targeted an incredible amount. 35% of the time he's running a route. He's getting a target, which for a running back is crazy. I mean, he's literally getting targeted over 10 times a game. The workload feels somewhat unsustainable, but the Jags have been a tough secondary that could open things up underneath for McCaffrey. So hard to fade him besides just knowing DFS, knowing that, all it takes is one injury and like then Bijan Robinson easily passes him, Gibbs easily passes him, stuff like that. But also like McCaffrey's just going up against a lot of really good players. Like around his price point, you have Bijan, Gibbs, Saquon, Taylor, Derrick Henry is not going to be owned at all. James Cook's going to be chalk. It's tough because I think my brain, Eric, says play McCaffrey with the field. The Sims say play with McCaffrey with the field. But there's a lot of opportunity if you have the balls to just not play McCaffrey.
I'm playing a lot more than the field. 52% exposure and on top 150 here. I'm going to actually rerun this when we jump over to wide receiver as well, because I do think there were a couple of updates. I ran another sim on the side here, and I'm getting a little bit of different nuance from wide receiver. And I think that might be an important talking point. But overall, we've got Christian McCaffrey. He is your highest projected guy by a pretty sizable margin for fantasy points, which is just insane. The amount of passing volume that he puts up on a PPR site. I mean, he's put up 22 plus in all three. He's had 10, 7, 15 targets, 9, 6, 10 catches. It's just the floor is so ridiculous. And he has all of 1 touchdown on the season, Spags. This is a touchdown machine normally, who was minus 300 2 years ago, minus 350 during regular season spots just for anytime touchdowns. Like, unbettable stuff, but like, it was warranted. It was probably pretty efficient. And Christian McCaffrey is a ridiculous fantasy asset who could be 10K next week, and it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, and I think with the ownership too, like this is probably going to be his cheapest price point for a while because he should be owned. Even if Stokastic is like on the highest band of ownership, which I don't think is going to be the case, he's going to be owned by about a third of the field, which like he'll probably be 9K easy. So yeah, I'm with you on that. I agree with the positive touchdown aggression. I mean, part of that is I think he's got a little bit less juice. Like he's only got a 10% avoided tackle rate, which is not fantastic, but the volume is so good. The red zone role is so good. It's hard to imagine him failing. It's just, does he get beat out by other guys, or maybe does like Hampton and Scattaboo, or I don't know, Nick Chubb. It's like there's a weird price point payoff and you get away from McCaffrey, like maybe. And that's the stuff in tournaments that I think are tough. But McCaffrey and Puka are the best plays in the slate, I think, based on the data.
Bijan Robinson still was semi-functional last week, even though you absolutely needed Jonathan Taylor instead of Bijan. They put up 0 points, and he was still semi-functional. That tells you something about what his role is in this offense. A very stagnant offense for what it's worth. I think that OC, I don't even know his name off the top of my head, but boy, does he suck at play calling. Watching that Carolina game in the corner, I did like the quad box YouTube TV like everybody else does, and I kept finding myself just like, what are they actually doing on offense? And maybe Darnell Mooney doesn't know how to run routes. Maybe Drake London is regressing, but I don't think so. I think he's just fine. Penix needs to figure his shit out, that's for sure. But Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley talked about how stifling that run defense can be. And then Jonathan Taylor. This is the wild one to me, Spags. Jonathan Taylor was pretty chalky, and obviously not as chalky as he might have been in other worlds, but like, the Sims got us to Jonathan Taylor last week. The Sims do not have you getting to Jonathan Taylor this week. How do you feel about these expensive running backs? Because they're kind of forgotten when you have the Hamptons, the Genties of the world for cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I think the expensive running backs obviously represent a lot of upside. I think they're certainly live as pivots. McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor project for 16% ownership around the industry. I think he gets pushed a little bit more in terms of projections and other products, where Stokastic Sim is saying move away from Taylor. I think other products are going to say move towards him. So I think that might be maybe even a low band of ownership. He's got such massive box score results, and this game is so popular. With Taylor, I mean, he's been really good. Like, he's got a 30% avoided tackle rate, 25% on pass plays. He's getting 23 inside of touches a game, 5.7 of which are in the red zone, 3 inside the 10-yard line. It's a good role, but it's not, I don't think it's an unfadable role. So, like, I'm not mad at the sim for giving me less. The sim clearly is more in favor of McCaffrey, and I get it because the PPR part of McCaffrey, like McCaffrey's, the difference in role between McCaffrey and PPR and Taylor is worth whatever touchdown equity you lose by going to Taylor or going to McCaffrey over Taylor. So I think Taylor is a tougher play this week. The matchup as well, Rams, not an awful run defense, but not a great one. I think they're somewhere in the middle. I don't know, man. I think it's tough because when the Sims like comes out and says like, don't play this guy, I do tend to want to listen to that. And I see a case how Taylor keeps rolling, but he's running kind of hot, I think.
I agree. Got a Farmer Boy member for 53 months. Give it up for the most handsome fellow at Stokastic. I think that was to me. That's
I don't think you can assume that.
Oh, it was 840 timestamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp.
Oh, well, then that was 840 West Coast. I'm like, so they were saying about Greg and your
Corey Bowers, or Hampton straight up on DK. It is Hampton by a pretty considerable margin.
Yeah, I would say if you're trying to get lesser owned in a tournament, I would consider playing Bowers. And I did play some two tight end lineups with Bowers in the flex. But Hampton's one of the best plays on the slate as well. Like he and McCaffrey, it's going to be a popular duo in a lot of lineups today.
Yeah, I was kind of toying with a couple of double tight end. It didn't end up being something that I wanted to do when it was all said and done, but was looking at mixing more of it in this week just because of Bowers in that ceiling. And maybe some way, shape, or form, I have to get away from something late. And we have late exposure at the running back position in the flex with Kyren Williams coming up in the Sims quite a bit. Brought up the Blake Corum thing, and I still think it's live, but there's no doubt that this is one of two game environments, Vegas, Chicago, and Rams, Indy, that just have amazing game environments for the late slate. And I'm a big late swap guy, meaning just basically having an ability to move my lineups around based on what I get in my early lineup plays. And I've got one guy in particular that I'm going to have to make a lot of pivots on at wide receiver or, elsewhere, just based on how he ends up doing. But Kyren Williams, he's really shown out in the Sims here. 6,300, 36% ownership going his direction. James Cook left him off at the moment. 7,100, 29% ownership showing up against New Orleans. I guess one of the concerns I have is that Buffalo doesn't need to put their foot on the gas all that much in this spot, and they mix in more of the Ty Johnson pieces, more of the Ray Davis, who really hasn't had a role to start off this season. And part of that is Buffalo being in more competitive game environments than you might have expected. I think he'll come in and play some garbage time, and that's what worries me about James Cook. But there's no doubt when you're projected for 20 fantasy points and you're playing the New Orleans freaking Saints, you're probably in a good spot, Spags.
Yeah, I like James Cook. I mean, Sim's giving you 32%, Fields at 22, or at least in the sim I ran, got that much. I personally, if I were putting players in a lineup, I would go to James Cook over Kyren, but it's noteworthy to see that much Kyren ownership, to see him getting more at a 150 set than Cook, I think is definitely speaks to Kyren's role. And frankly, Kyren last week, one of the issues I have with Kyren is that he is like a volume back, which I like. I like that he gets a lot of red zone work. Like, they gave him new money in the offseason. That added contract money always helps guys role being a little bit more secure. But he kind of looked like he was playing a little more elusively last week. Not that Kyren's ever not running hard, but Blake Corum is kind of holding him to the fire a little bit more. And I think that's a positive for Kyren. Kyren this year has an 18% avoided tackle rate. That's pretty good. Not as good as Corum, who's been one of the most efficient backs in football. 21% avoided tackle rate for him, looking more like the year before he came out at Michigan, where he was like a world beater. So I think Kyren's got more downside than Cook. I agree with what you're saying, that the Bills game could run away with it, but Cook got paid his money and now his touch count's gone up. You're getting more involved in the pass game. I think Cook gets you at least one touchdown today. I feel more comfortable with Cook than Kyren, but it sucks to me. I love Bucky so much, but he's like the forgotten man out of that group. And I think Cook and Kyren are better plays, but Bucky's there too. Let's not forget him.
Yeah. Rachaad White's playing more. It's not great. It's not helpful. I kind of was hoping that we would get more of the week 1 usage. I mean, pull up his usage the last few weeks. It's been strange to watch Bucky Irving be on the sidelines more than I would certainly want with as much as I have in best ball. And obviously last year, he was my biggest stand in best ball. That came to fruition. You were paying the full freight for it this year. It's a little bit disappointing. I mean, he got 25 rushing attempts against the Jets. That is obviously very helpful. But if you watched the primetime game, I think we all saw it. Rachaad White ends up in at the end of the game in the final drive. And it's just like, are we really doing this? We're going to have this Rachaad White thing kind of mix in a little bit more. And we have so many other clear-cut guys. I mean, say what you will. I mean, there's no doubt that Jonathan Taylor is the guy in Indy, even if the Sims aren't necessarily getting you there today. Part of that is price and then probability and having the opportunity to get to a Jahmyr Gibbs, who I think is in an exponentially better spot for just establishing the run and running it here on Cleveland. But what do you think about Ashton Genty? Because this is probably the guy that I've thought about the most over the course of the last couple of days. If you've heard my analysis, I'm very biased against Ashton Genty. I remember week 1 bringing it up to Spags, and he gave me a look like, oh, you think Genty sucks? I kind of do. I don't think Ashton Genty is good at all. I'm very firm in the belief that Ashton Genty is not good. And that being said, Chicago might just suck at defense even more. He's getting the opportunities. He's not necessarily making it all work. And Chip Kelly, despite his faults in the college level, I think has always been a pretty good play caller, probably underrated play caller at the NFL level. Didn't necessarily have the personnel to make it work in San Francisco. Philly was a disaster at times, coming off of what was expected of him and Andy Reid departing. But I think Chip Kelly is going to get him the ball. I think he's going to get opportunities here. 6,200 for him. I think this is just a late swap thing where you have him within 100 of Kyron Williams. And depending on how my lineups are looking, I'm probably not going to play a lot of lineups with both of them in it because of how much I have of Christian McCaffrey. And then there's a couple of other running backs we'll get to cheaper. But what do you feel about Ashton Genty? Because I think he's a very pivotal part of this slate for that game environment.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming up a lot sim-wise, getting him 24% of the time, Fields at 14. Genty's workload has not been bad, 18 and 10 touches a game, 3 of which are inside the red zone, 0.3 inside the 10-yard line, which is part of the problem, I think. But he's missing tackles at about a 28% rate, which is actually pretty good. For a guy who was around 33%, I believe, last year in college. Targets have not been great. He is losing some third down work to Jahmyr White, which is a really big surprise to me because I thought most would be active. B. Jahmyr White was just such a behemoth last year, and now he's slendered out a little bit more, and they've got him as a pass game back, which he also is not that good at. But it is hurting Genty's upside a little. The tough part is that they should be able to move the ball pretty much at will against Chicago, and that if that leads to more opportunities inside the 10-yard line for Genty, he could easily get there. I would greatly prefer Omarion Hampton personally. I think going up to the Cook and Kyron tier, I also greatly prefer. But Genty's coming up enough here, and I think he's due for a decent day. It's just the offensive line is not helping him out. He's getting hit in the backfield, I think, as much as any back in football, based on some of those numbers.
Yeah, I will say this. Maybe there is something to the elusiveness score. Maybe there's something where, again, as you said, there's no doubt that this offensive line was part of the reason that I didn't necessarily like him when you're paying first-round equity for him in best ball. I mean, that was just kind of nuts to me to some extent, but they obviously don't love Jahmyr White. That has been very, very clear from the get-go. So, you get a first-round pick usage on a running back, which we can have those conversations all day, but I don't think necessarily he's a bad play this week by any means. I'm just having a tough time figuring out what I want to do with him with this game environment. And that kind of leads me to DeAndre Swift on the cheap end, 5,400. We've got Hampton. I mean, is there anything you even want to say about Hampton? Without Najee Harris there, who unfortunately tore his Achilles after coming back from, almost blowing his face off with a firework. I think he's just so clear-cut the best piece of value running back on this slate. And I don't even know if I like Omarion Hampton, Spags.
I mean, you don't like any of the guys who are good. You don't like Genty, you don't like Hampton.
I don't like these first and second round rookie running backs that just, get steamed up in best ball the way that they used to not in 2022, 23. But, that's neither here nor there.
At least you're not saying Bashal Tutin is better, because that's the one thing that would drive me off of a ledge. I hate the Bashal Tutin hype is one of my least favorite things. When Scattaboo was right there, now we're seeing it.
Well, they got bailed out too with this Tank Bigsby garbage. I mean, that was so tilting because I have no Tutin either, but continue on.
I agree. Anyway, with Hampton, I think Hampton's good. I mean, that's really the main thing to me. He's graded out. I thought he'd be a more ready, 3-down back than Genty was. But the thing too is like now you lose Najee Harris, you lose the one pivot point there was for them to get away from him. And Najee was looking okay for his slow start, for the eye injuries and all that stuff. But Hampton's been rock solid. 19% avoided tackle rate, 3.3 red zone opportunities a game, getting 4 targets a game, 18 opportunities overall. Really, actually the exact same intended touch rate as Genty right now, but it should continue to creep higher for him. Whereas Genty, I don't know that he's going to ice Samir White anytime soon, but you have the good, total here, 25 implied points to the Chargers. You have the Sims really backing Hampton as well. He's in half the lineups, 53% of the lineups. The top 150 that I got here, Fields at 21. Like everything seems to be aligned for Hampton. He will be popular as well on other sites. I do think a lot of lineups today will start with McCaffrey, Hampton, Puka. You got to be really mindful of that when you're playing other players that seem pretty chalky around that. Your Jacoby Myers is whatever. But I think Hampton's a really strong play today. He's one of my highest exposed guys on the day. So he's really one that I don't think I want to move away from, even though I like the other back in the game just as much. Like Scadaboo, I think, is in a great spot too.
Yep, Scadaboo looks great to me. 22%. I ended up having a single game parlay on Cam Scadaboo last week that kind of carried my week in week 3. They said they were going to give him more opportunities, and then on top of that, you end up in game having Tyrone Tracy get dinged up, which ends up just exploding his role. And I think that's going to be the case for Cam Scadaboo. I'm a little bit worried that Jackson Dart is mobile enough where maybe that takes a little bit off the top. It's something I've thought about, but I think at the price point, you can't really worry about it too much. 5,500 for him, especially in lineups where I'm not going to play Chargers D, because trust me, I have Chargers D against a rookie quarterback in his debut start against, on a team that has Derwin James, who can be a Swiss Army knife going all around the place. I mean, if you watch Derwin James this year, this guy is just so ridiculous. I love watching him. Probably my favorite defensive player to watch in all of football, but that's neither here nor there. What is here is Cam Scadaboo season and Tony Pollard, who Houston's another defense that I really like, but Tennessee defense I like quite a bit on the cheap as well. Houston's offensive line has had some major issues, and, not to get to the running back defensive correlation, days of yore 2018, but it doesn't hurt my feelings to have a little bit of Tony Pollard to come along for the ride. Not a ton showing up in the Sims, but I give him a little bit of a boost. The guy has an 18.5 rushing attempts prop, like week in, week out. And I think that's a great opportunity. Eventually you find ways to bust one here or there, and he gives you some leverage off of Hampton Scadaboo in single entry. Not that I'm getting away from either of them in large field, but how do you feel about these other ancillary options that are not Omarion Hampton for cheap?
Yeah, I mean, Pollard, I only got 2% of in the sim. I'm cool not going there. It just doesn't really feels like he needs a game script where Tennessee has a lead and is keeping the game salted away. And like, there's not a lot of play volume in that game. Houston playing some of the lowest play volume in the league. I'm just not sure that's the spot. I want to go to Pollard. I get the logic because he is getting a crush of workload. But I really like Scadaboo. I like Hampton. I like DeAndre Swift as well. More so in game stacks where we have some Vegas pieces, some Chicago pieces. I think that's where Swift stands out the most to me. Like he's had 17, I believe. Let me just look up the number real fast. 18 intended touches a game. 1.7 in the red zone is not the best there, but he's getting targeted a ton. About 25% of the time he's running a route, he's getting targeted. Like Swift's got a good role for PPR. So I think there are pivots if you don't want to play Hampton. Hampton's a strong play. Scadaboo's a strong play. Swift, I think, is a tier behind personally.
Your morning might turn around. Yeah, Josh Naylor just caught that touchdown. I had to slam the laptop or the iPad because I was just not myself. I was like, I'm going to put it away. But then I pulled up YouTube TV on my laptop while I'm simultaneously doing this because I just can't stop watching. But they only have one timeout, so we have to recover the onside kick. That's the disaster.
330 yards for Carson Wentz, though. It's kind of nuts. I did not have a lot of faith in him being rejuvenated, but it's Kevin O'Connell, man. He really just figures it out. You can put a corpse out there and they'll be fine at QB.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. JJ McCarthy looked very corpse-like.
Yeah, the aggression wasn't high. I felt like with that 1/4 quarter where they just let him play loose was the only time he played well. But, then they put the reins on too much. I don't know. It's tough with young QBs when you don't give them, I think, full run out to kind of play a little more loose.
Speaking of loose, Puppet Lindquist, he's not going to show up if you don't get 1,000+ likes. That's for damn sure. So you better get to that 1,000 number and smash that like button for us here. He's both loose-lipped and loose in the pantsies. So shout out Puppet Lindquist for doing all of the goodness here. You know what? Sometimes you have to lean into the bits that you hate so that you can you can get your power back, Spags. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting my power back.
You're reclaiming Puppet Linquist.
It's got my last name. Yeah, it is what it is. All right. To wide receiver we go. And this is probably where I'm going to just sound like an idiot and do some really dumb stuff. Let's begin our boarding walk. Puka Nacua. We're obviously liking Puka Nacua. Do you like 7.5 receptions props, Spags? Do you like 93-yard receiving props? Do you like guys who are expected to just smash week in, week out? I mean, I don't know what we should say about Puka Nacua other than he's a really underpriced play at 7,900.
Yeah, he's a guy kind of like JSN where the rates seem unsustainable. And JSN did crater a little bit on Thursday. But the thing with Puka is that he held the similar rate per targeting last year. He was targeted 38% of the time he ran a route last year. This year he's at 45%. So if he held at 45%, that'd be one of the highest targets per route run for like a volume player. I might be in NFL history, but definitely any time since I've had the data and looked at a weekly basis over the last 5+ years, I guess 7+ years at this point. Puka's volume is like crazy high. So in PPR, he's an unbelievable play. In FanDuel, he could still get there, but I do think you want to mark him down a little bit more because the touchdown equity is really not anywhere near as good. It's much better for Devontae Adams, but these guys, Puka and Devontae, both project well. They both come up a decent amount. No matter what product you're using, I think across the industry, you're going to get these guys a lot. And it's hard to give reason to fade Puka. It's just, we know how these large field tournaments are. And Puka is a guy, in-game injuries happen a decent amount. But that's, to me, like that's the case you make, I guess, against it. It's not really a great case. It's like, he might get hurt. If he doesn't get hurt, he should be heavily involved in a competitive game. I don't know. You fade him.
I don't know how you fade him either. I mean, you just simply play Puka Nacua. He could fail, as you said. He could get hurt. You could also put up 15, but like he actively can bury you before the slate even start. Well, I mean, the slate will start well before because obviously he's in the afternoon, but gives you the versatility if you do need a late swap, if you need to do some other things just to have the position open. That's where Zay Flowers might actually have more utility for me if I'm going to be trying to get to some of the more expensive stacks. We'll have McCaffrey in the evening window. So like there's plenty that we'll be able to like move around in our lineups if we need to get away from a Puka, but 52% Puka, I'm just fine with that. Amon-Ra St. Brown, hey, he does exist. That was really nice. And obviously a ridiculous football game that he had there 2 weeks prior. Then pretty quiet as the running game took the show. He was a great lateraler. I don't think he got any fantasy points for that, lateraling it to Jahmyr Gibbs, but it was a phenomenal play call. Looked like Ben Johnson calling plays there, but Amon-Ra St. Brown has that ceiling. He's got that dog in him. He'll be going up against a Cleveland defense that obviously showed out at home against Green Bay. On the turf in Detroit, maybe a little bit different. But Malik Neighbors, this guy has the Super Saiyan ceiling in week 2, going up against the Cowboys in Dallas there. And now he's sitting here at 7K. He's obviously the guy that I want to play with Jackson Dart the most. I mean, you can mix in Wan'Dale Robinson. You can mix in Theo Johnson, for the love of God. That's a little terrifying. But Malik Neighbors, 7K, clear-cut, cheap stack partner. I like that as just a single and moving along with my day. How do you feel about these like 6,500 and up wide receiver range that aren't Puka Nacua?
Yeah, sim-wise, it seems like it's all light fades. Amon-Ra got it 9%, Fields at 10. Neighbors got it 7%, Fields at 11. Zay Flowers, 5, Fields at 9. Ladd, McConkey, 4%, Fields at 8. H.A. Brown, I got a 3. Like, really just everything pushed towards Puka. So I do think, some of the chat said they're fading Puka into 20 max. I think that's a tough one to do, but I think if you're going to do that, like you're getting a pretty good mix of receivers in this range or different structure, I guess, playing more of the 5K guys, I guess would be another way to handle that. I think Neighbors is my favorite play that's not Puka Nacua in this range. Just Neighbors having the target share that should be really strong. Also, Jackson Dart is an aggressive downfield thrower. Like I mentioned earlier, he's like kind of a classic gunslinger type, or at least was at Ole Miss. Hopefully we'll see the same thing now that he's a pro. But I think that's going to be a benefit for Neighbors. I like that stack. Like if I'm playing Jackson Dart, I'm not playing him naked. I'm playing him with Neighbors or Wan'Dale, maybe even both. I definitely did some of both. So I like Neighbors. Zay Flowers, bounce back game. I think just trying to go back there when he's had a pretty good target share and had one dud game seems like a logical move. But I think the tough part here is like these guys are all very credible game theory plays. I still would rather just play Puka and just have the, I would say most likely 20 points of PPR and just live with it. But for tournaments, you're live to take shots here for sure.
we got Ladd McConkey here at 6,500. I think I'm just like invested mentally in getting to a Ladd McConkey stealing game at some point here with Justin Herbert. So definitely somebody to be mixing in doubles. I mean, him and Keenan Allen, him and Quentin Johnston, no problem getting to him as well. AJ Brown probably going to be passing here on Tampa, although I do think Tampa far more formidable on the run. And I think you can get after him a little bit in the passing game. So maybe that is something to give a little bit of a boost to, not just have like 1% if you're playing 150, but AJ Brown ceiling, we saw it last week, no doubt about it. Loughy was all over that one, but I'm a little bit lower here at 6,400. And Rome Odunze, Devontae Adams in the afternoon window, that game environment, we can just copy and paste all of those guys together. Devontae, even with the hamstring, 23.3%. I'm a little trepidatious about it, but it's nice to know that everything I ran, I can late swap if it's a ceiling, like if it's a lineup that's absolutely smashing. I bet I can find the 100 to get to Rome Odunze if I really, really want to, just to kind of have a little bit more security away from injury. But we have the higher projection on Devontae. He's in the better spot against Indy's secondary, even though not like Vegas' secondary is all that in a bag of potato chips. But I want to talk about Deebo Samuel, who is one of my bigger stands. Who else is playing wide receiver at Washington? Like what? Deebo Samuel at 6K is at 8%, one of my favorite tournament plays we've had of the year so far.
I like Deebo. I mean, I think that he should be. So it's a little spooky how he wasn't involved last week. I think that's one thing that was kind of odd, that I would have thought he was instantly locked on by Mariota as like number one receiver. Wasn't really the case, but the overall numbers for the year for Deebo are pretty strong. He's earning targets at a 25% clip when he runs a route. He's getting about 0.7 red zone opportunities a game. He's getting some run game work, missing tackles a lot when he does get the occasional handoff, and he's been efficient in the pass game. So like, I like Deebo. I do think that it's not a perfect spot against Atlanta's secondary, which has been a lot improved this year. So I thought they'd be a shootout team all year. It seems like we're not really getting that. But I think Deebo should be the obvious wide receiver one for the team. So if you're making a Mariota bet, it's easier to play Deebo. I don't know if I want to play Deebo by himself, but certainly he could hit that way. Like he catch one passing touchdown, run for one. Like I think that's feasible.
All right. Drake London on the opposite side of it. I very much like him, as do the Sims as well. I like getting to the combo of the two, kind of as just like a little mini double. I'm not even sure, just like the little mini correlation within your own lineup there for single entry. I like Drake London. I like Deebo Samuel. Jerome McMillan, it's a disaster to have. I probably value Christian Gonzalez the highest of any corner in football when healthy, which he's obviously not healthy. I doubt he even plays like a majority of the snaps today. Well, yeah, he'll play more than 50% of snaps for sure, but I'm just saying that I don't think he's going to be out there every single snap just because of what he's coming back from, and a guy who's just been injury prone and unlucky in his NFL career so far. But you got Xavier Worthy, who I think is an interesting tournament mix just because Baltimore's defense, they were able to run all over him. Detroit was last week, but Xavier Worthy, this is still a spot where I think we want to probably mix in a little bit before you get Rashee Rice back in our lives. Drake London, Ricky Pearsall as well. Sounds like he's good to go. DJ Moore, running back DJ Moore. What a time to be alive. I mean, there's just so many different guys to be getting to in this 5K range. Why don't you just parse through some of your favorites?
I mean, there's definitely a lot here. Like Drake London feels incredibly cheap. Like he was a guy I thought was going to be closer to 7K to 8K receiver at some point this year. And it's been a slow start for the offense. As Eric was talking about before, Zach Robinson has not been doing a great job as the OC. He's moving down to the field. I don't know what that helps or doesn't help, but it should be something, I guess, that at least gives a shot at there being more usefulness for the offense overall. But London's just incredibly cheap in a competitive spot. He's still been a good target earner. The tough part for me has been he's been more of a 1A to Darnell Mooney's 1B. These guys running about 25% target per out run for Drake London, 24% for Mooney. That's not as much of a chasm as there should be, but I think London at this price, like he can pay it off even if he is splitting, target share more than he probably should. Pearsall definitely still stands out. Having Jennings in, I think, limits the ceiling a little bit, but really limits the floor more than the ceiling. He still could have a monster day that you need to win. He's cheap enough to get there, but he's definitely not as much for priority play as he was last week with Jennings out. But this range to me, I think it's like Jacoby Myers could get force fed to. He's probably the best play overall at 5,400 of any of the guys nearby. That gives you more upside for Worthy, for Tet McMillan, for Drake London, for Pearsall. But those guys I just don't like as much as Jacoby Myers, who just seems due for a bounce back day because Trey Tucker's day was like such a such a siphon last week that won't happen ever again, most likely.
Yeah, I'm not even going to go there. Michael Pittman, Indy passing game. We're talking about Indy passing game in week 4. Who would have thought that coming into this season with Daniel Jones at the helm? But Michael Pittman, eternally underpriced now, 5,100. They can't get the bump up there. We have Josh Downs and then Adonai Mitchell, which we'll surely cover here. But what are your thoughts on him compared to Chris Olave at the identical number, 5,100? 46% to 11% is a little bit wide for me, but there's no doubt. And Chris Olave has just been dominating the expected fantasy points numbers. He's just getting targeted ad nauseum, and it's not even like crazy valuable targets because it's not like there's a ton of touchdown expectation for him. But boy, is he getting targeted. Boy, have him and Juwan Johnson just been getting peppered, and that's not going to stop when you're 14.5 point dogs in Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, so it's weird that I think people think Pittman's going to be low owned. Stokastic has him for 9%. I have to say, in chats that I've been in, including today on the stream here at Stokastic on my own Splash Play Pod channel, people are asking about Pittman an incredible amount. And he has been playing really well to start the year. 0.8 EPA per target, though, is completely unsustainable for a guy like Pittman, who's not that kind of player. And Pittman, too, is going to probably move out wide a little bit more than he would normally, where he's most effective out of the slot. But because Alec Pierce is out, people think it's going to be full run out for AD Mitchell. That's not a guarantee. I think you're probably going to see just as much Pittman outside, Josh Downs in the slot. And then AD Mitchell and 3 wide receiver sets probably gets out there. But I don't think Pittman's a smash play. And I think the public thinks Pittman is. So surprised seeing me this low in the sim. I would greatly favor Olave just because he's leading every expected fantasy points chart out there. He's getting 12 targets a game. It's like a game script where he'll get the shot again, and I think he's just due for a better day. Whereas Pittman, I think, is due for worse days, and the entire offense is due for worse days. So I'm just not a Pittman believer.
Oh, that hurts my feelings. I like Michael Pittman. You're a USC guy too. How does this work?
I can't play USC guys every week.
Yes, you can. You can. Yes,
I could. And I'd lose my money if I do.
Drake London, you're playing him.
I am playing him.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I have to play all of them. Not playing Amon-Ra this week that much.
Oh, well, that's also hurtful. Anthony Masilli, $1.99 super chat. 3 fave stacks and how many stack pieces DK? This is kind of a beautiful segment because wide receiver, tight end, we kind of combined them. Talked a little bit on the front end. Hopefully you were able to get a little feel for where I was going for things, but I'll have Spag start. Your 3 favorite stacks for DraftKings tournaments today.
Okay. The best stack, I think, would be Rams, probably based on the data, what we're getting here, how much Puka and Adams come up. It's not my favorite stack, though. My favorites are more, favorite in terms of ownership, or what's the most fun?
So I'm just telling you what I'm doing. That's what I'm going to tell him here because in the
tell him what you're doing. I mean, yeah. I think Jackson Dart's fun, but Jackson Dart's not my highest exposed QB stack.
So Daniel Jones is number 1 for me. That can also change. Brock Purdy's number 1 for me on FanDuel for what it's worth. I'll just throw in that bonus piece for the people. But for DraftKings, Daniel Jones 1, Jackson Dart 2, Justin Herbert 3.
All right. So for me, it's Geno 1 in terms of ownership. Daniel Jones is pretty flat for me, but yeah, Daniel Jones and Herbert would be right behind him. And then Dart is not too far behind.
Yeah. And then I would say outside looking in, Geno Smith is the guy I got the most in the Sims. I tempered it down a little bit. That game environment's awesome. I also don't know, we'll see. It's going to pull so much ownership. It's so cheap. It's so cheap to play Vegas, everybody. It's so cheap to play Bears, everybody. And it's a game that should be moving to some extent. I'm hoping it's more of the pieces rather than the quarterbacks coming along for the ride. Swift, Genty, mixed them in north of 10% in each. Again, I'm a Genty hater, but I'm going to absolutely have some today. But from a stack perspective, give me Justin Herbert every single week, especially with Hampton, who hasn't looked all that good here so far. But Hampton's still somebody I'm more than happy to mix in with those Herberts to make them triples and just go for the maximum upside there. Thank you so much for the super chat. And one more from D-Buff, $4.99. Before we get to my favorite tournament play on the slate, which will be coming up next. DK, tight end and defense. Njoku, Falcons D, or Komet with Loveland out, Bills D. Good luck. Thank you so much. I like the Komet Loveland side ever so slightly.
I played a Komet Bills D.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I literally played a lineup with that and thought I was feeling pretty cute with it. So So I'd say go with the other one. No, I think that's kind of fun.
Yeah, Loveland wasn't even playing a bunch. I do think Cole Kmet 3K. Nice afternoon slate piece. I have him mixed in a tiny bit on the main slate, but I don't find him all that necessary because we have a 2,600 Gadsden that we'll talk about for the Chargers, who it sounds like is going to see a little bit more run going around here. Somebody that I didn't even know who he was until last week. So that's good to know. I do this for a living. Let's go ourselves to the wide receiver sub 5K, where Jerry Jeudy is 4,900, not even showing up in the Sims. Completely. I mean, this is like a forgot about Dre kind of situation. They're going to have to throw the football to be successful. Judkins has been better than expected right from the get-go. I've always liked the talent at Ohio State, but like he's got some gas. And maybe this Cleveland offense can rely on the run a little bit more with him than what it ever would have with Sampson or, Ford or anybody else, any other goober out there in that backfield. But this is a Detroit team on turf that will get the ball moving. And the main issue I have with Detroit this week is how expensive they are, and having the opportunity to like, what does that stack look like with Goff and everybody else relative to getting to cheapies in the Vegas-Chicago game, or, just talked about Herbert. All of his wide receivers are relatively cheap outside of McConkey at 6,500. But Jerry Jeudy has to be getting targeted more from Joe Flacco going forward. There's just no planet where I don't think Jerry Jeudy ends up being mixed in a little bit more. He's 4,900. This is a guy who was mid 6Ks last year with absolutely nobody's throwing him the football, a rotating room of quarterbacks here. It was super inefficient against Green Bay, but most things are going to be against them. They got blown out against Baltimore. They got a close loss there against Cincy, 17-16, but he was the best offensive player on the field for that game. Is this the week where Jerry Jeudy pops at 2%? I absolutely want to be there here in Detroit.
Well, now I don't think the play is that good. Now you've said it.
I hate you. Thank you.
But,
Thank you so much.
So one thing, Utical, one of the top DFS players, talked about on his stream with my pal Pete Overs at this past week was the idea of like man defense. And I was kind of surprised to hear a guy like Utical talking about it. I thought kind of he viewed things more similarly to Osimo, our friend Alex Baker, where just, let's let the data do the work. Let's do that. Let's not player take it too much. But he's talking about how he likes to sometimes prioritize guys in man defense matchups. So Detroit is one of the teams in the league that prioritizes man more than most. And basically what he was saying is like, good receivers in those situations against the man defense have a better shot of breaking out, having the true outlier day, because there's just that backing behind you to make stops on long plays, things like that. So you end up piling up some of the larger opportunity plays overall. For Jeudy, he fits that criteria. Detroit plays man defense 40% of the time. Jeudy gets targeted the most in the team on man. He has been awful so far the year with doing that, but a 26% target per out run rate. Everybody else in the team under 18. So like he is your man target earner, your man beater. Unfortunately, Jeudy is not very good. And the offense is not very good. And the team total is not very good. But with how much Lions defense you get from a Stokastic sim, getting some Jeudy makes sense. I'm not going to really want to chase Judkins. If you wanted to go that way, though, I think that's another way you could do it. Just playing any amount of Cleveland here. But I think Jeudy stands out as like, he should be a little better than this. Njoku should too. But Judy's probably not as bad as he's been this year.
Yeah, it's just one of those plays that the more I think about it, the more it's just like, I remember 6,300 Jeudy chalk last year. I remember the days of yore, and that was with nobody throwing him the football. Not
that was JMO. That was with Jameis Winston.
Well, I mean, DTR season too. I mean, there were some weirdos that were out there, and he was still pretty effective. But yeah, Jameis Winston made some good decisions for him there. But Joe Flacco's basically the same thing. Going to go out there, throw it 35, 36 times, and life is great. But every single time I run stuff here today, the more I'm just like in love with the idea of like finding that one separator, that one 4K wide receiver that nobody's on. And I keep landing on 4,900 Jerry Jeudy. So rip me, wanted to bring him up here. Rest of the position, I think it's pretty clear cut. We're going to see like some guys mixing in. Tampa Bay, we haven't talked about with Egbuka and Godwin being back, and sounds like he's going to be close to a full go. Hopefully you were able to get on his 29.5 receiving yards prop. But from a DFS perspective at 6K, it's pretty tough to click on. So we got a 4K guy down here in the case that you think he doesn't play all that much in Sterling Shepard. I find him to be somewhat interesting for sure, but we got Downs. We got Tillman, I would say, even in the Cleveland situation where I'm all right clicking on a little bit of him. Rashid Shaheed, 4,600 can be that burner, that separator for New Orleans, although we don't expect anything or separation of anything. Maybe the scoreboard separation there, but You got Adonai Mitchell at 3,100. Let's just talk about all the cheapies here for the people. Who are you mixing in the most in your lineups?
I got some AD Mitchell. I think he's still interesting at 3,100. Like, he's been targeted a lot when he's been out there, has been really bad still. Unfortunately, the preseason success he's had has not carried over, as my dog stretches next to me. She moved up here and was snoring at one point. I'm like, I'm hoping it's not coming through on the mic, but she just like gives me no personal space.
For you, you have an animal that loves you. How dare you?
I don't need her on the couch with me while I'm trying to do professional content and stay gainfully employed here. Either way, though, for AD Mitchell, he does stand out as a guy. It's earned targets, should be better, has a meaningful way to get on the field more with Alec Pierce out. So I think he's a decent value. The guy, though, that stands out the most that I thought would kind of be like a one-time shot in the dark that hit last week. Trey Tucker is still coming up a good amount here at 4,200, getting him at 14%. The top 150, Fields at 9. Tucker is playing like 60 snaps a game. Let me just find the number real fast here, but he's basically playing as much as Jacoby Myers is. Myers is still the play I think is due for more positive regression, but Tucker's playing 61 snaps to Myers 62. He's running 37 routes compared to Myers 38. He's getting 1.3 deep targets a game. That's more than Myers. Getting 1 red zone target a game. That's the same as Myers. I like the idea of playing Trey Tucker again to some amount because the game last week was insane. He doesn't have to do that again, but he might give you like 18 somehow. And I don't know, man. Trey Tucker's his numbers look really good to start the year, but the Vegas stack I had so much Geno, it's just priority overall.
Totally get it. More than happy to do it. Trey Tucker, he's our highest I believe the highest simulated player individual ROI at the wide receiver position. Oh, Jacoby Myers, Chris Olave, Adonai Mitchell, Trey Tucker, all of them in the positive category, all cheap, all opportunities to get to. And as I said before, Vegas, Chicago, you could just copy paste all of these guys in. And I don't think there's a lot to talk about. Geno's going to be throwing it a lot. I also am of the belief that Ashton Genty isn't very good. So there's not a lot of competition to some extent, but there is. I'm just being a little bit of a hater. It's fine. Let's talk tight end here. And this is interesting. We got Brock Bowers in that game environment. Tyler Warren also afternoon. There's going to be some late swappability here to potentially getting to some Travis Kelce if need be, if I'm trying to limit some of it, but we'll see how some of these early pieces like the Jerry Judys of the world pan out for me. Deebo Samuel, another guy that it seems like I'm just a little bit higher on and want to kind of have a little bit of a no ball take on, but Brock Bowers, Tyler Warren, they are no doubt 2 awesome plays here on this slate, but man, I'm worried about the ownership. If this ends up getting north of this 13, 14% number to like 18, 20%, and I think it's very live for both of them, I'd be a little bit mad at myself because there's a $2,600 Gadsden right now, Spags, that I'm very interested on for tournaments to get to the Nakua McCaffrey ceilings.
Yeah, I boosted Gadsden today, and it's funny because I actually didn't mention this on my Splash Play show where I've had guys in my community who were like, Gadsden, and I looked at the numbers between that show and this show, and I was like, I got to play some Gadsden. He's been targeted so much. He's getting targeted 44% of the time he's running a route. Granted, it's not something where he's going to get the full workload, but Disley's out again. He played 22 snaps last week, which is the exact same amount as Tyler Conklin played. He can't block like Conklin, but there was some positive coach speak on the week. He's 2,600. There's nobody else in that range I really want to play. Like Tommy Tremble, I guess you could if you wanted to, but Cole Kmet played a little bit of. But Gadsden has the upside, I think, at PPR. And if he gives you 10, 12 and Bowers doesn't do well and a guy like Juwan Johnson, like a bunch of dudes don't go off, I think he can work. So Gadsden, it's interesting you mentioned him first because I did prioritize him. That said, I did prioritize Bowers too on the other end of the spectrum. He's direct leverage. If Tucker picks up more ownership, if Jacoby Myers is played everywhere like the projections will give you, I think going to Bowers makes sense. But really, it's like I think tight ends spread out here. And I'm curious your thoughts on Hunter Henry because I think he's going to be higher owned. I think he's going to be like 20%.
Oh, look at that. I mean, that would be pretty wild to me if he ends up double digit. I think it makes sense because Drake May's your cash du jour. So if people are playing tournaments and kind of just making that pivot sweet, but using data and process and everything else, like Hunter Henry, I think he's fine, but like, is he that different than Zach Ertz? Is he that different than some of the other pieces? I would say, I don't know. I think what it is that he's the comfortable stack partner. So like, I'm curious what Hunter Henry's ownership is individual, or I guess not individual, just by himself, not stacked alongside Drake May.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think people like he's had 2 monster games to start the year, and there's nobody else to go with the Patriots. It's a high total, and I don't think people think Carolina's defense is good, even though like the fact that they just really crippled Atlanta, I think was kind of noteworthy. I don't know. I think Hunter Henry is going to be the one player because the ownership to me doesn't make the most sense unless there's one player that's going to be significantly higher owned, and I think it's Hunter Henry.
All right. We got Godwin back. And super chat, by the way, $2 super chat. Godwin back, would play him over Samuel or Olave? No, I wouldn't do it in DFS, and I wouldn't do it in year long, regardless of what format, regardless of anything. You sit back, you wait on it. It's too volatile. I do think that if you got in on over 29.5 receiving yards, you're in a really, really good spot, especially with a Eagles secondary that's good, but like Godwin out of the slot, he's going to get hit and peppered by Baker Mayfield still, but I just worry about how long he's going to be out there. I know they said that he's going to play a lot. That was the quote, but I'm not sold on his bags.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love Godwin. He's one of my biggest best ball bets. I kind of kept riding out, excited to see him 1 week earlier than they thought. But the guarantee of workload's not there. It's not a super high total. Like I would rather wait a week. He's also not even that cheap. Like if you were like 4K, like yeah, jam him in and see if you can get there. But he's 6K. Like you're paying the full price.
All right. Tight end, again, a lot of it attachment to the guys. Brenton Strange, the one dude that obviously is very, very cashy. I'm playing in cash, 3,200, 20% ownership. I didn't need to get to Gadsden, more of a tournament play for me. So I've got a lot more than 2.7% of Gadsden. But Cole Kmet, I think, is interesting. Tommy Tremble, now that Jatavion Sanders is dinged up, rip me. Tommy Tremble, probably an all right guy to mix in, but I mean, it's just attaching it to my quarterbacks more than it is anything else, Spags.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Strange, I do think came up in a lot of the highest ROI lineups when I was going through for various stacks. I was kind of surprised to see it. And sometimes when Stokastic highlights a tight end to a point where you're like, why is this guy everywhere? That guy ends up winning a lot of money. So I'll say Brenton Strange's name out loud so we can have that. But yeah, Dalton Schultz came up a little. Like I think you got a decent mix of tight ends this week if you're playing the Sims, kind of how they are.
We got a DK early slate only question. Njoku, Luke McCaffrey, or Tommy Tremble Diggs? Got to be the Njoku, Luke McCaffrey side for me.
I would go neither, but I'd probably go Tremble Diggs.
I would not go to either side of it either. Diggs 4,700 still have no interest. I think congratulations to him and Cardi B. But other than that, I don't have a lot to say about Diggs.
Yeah, tournament choices for sure.
Yeah, wide receivers coming off of major injuries. It's just older wide receivers. It's wild to think of him as old because, you know, with my Vikings, that was not the case. But 4 minutes left in our program. Defense needs love too. No discrimination here, Squirrel. We got ourselves the Lions defense, the highest projected, showing up in the most lineups, 3,500. Pretty easy to land there. McCaffrey should be more expensive. We should have Nakua more expensive. But because we don't, we can play whomever the heck we want. If you're trying to go cheap, 2,300. I like getting to a little bit of the Titans down here. So do the Sims, just ever so slightly below the field there. But 14% Falcons is the other one showing up. Mariota, maybe make him throw a little bit more, although they're pretty effective in that role, I suppose. But the Lions, oh boy, 48.7% ownership against Wacko for Flacco. Who are your highest owned defenses, Spags?
So the Sim gave me the Lions a lot. In my final exposures, I'll have a split between Lions and Bills because I think I view them as kind of similar plays. But the Sim, I got 55% Lions compared to 11% for the field, or I guess 12% rounding up the decimal point. That's a lot. It's a lot of Lions D. I do think it's a good spot. Did play the Packers D last week versus Flacco. Didn't really work out, though. They weren't really the part that failed in that game. It was more the Packers offense. Flacco drops back a ton. Good defenses against a guy that drops back a ton. Always a thing you want to go to. And Detroit's defense has been good. Again, they play a lot of man defense. So like I basically played Jerry Jeudy in lineups where I didn't play Lions D a little bit more. I played Njoku more in lineups where I didn't play Lions D. But the Sim, don't feel like I can recall the Sim loving a lineup or a defensive lineup as much as like Lions D today.
Yeah, it is definitely. It is 50% shown up. I mean, I've got a lot of them, so I'm not going to completely besmirch it. I've got a lot of Lions. I've got a lot of Chargers as well. I think just we don't know about Jackson Dart. I think he looked great in the preseason. There's a lot of quarterbacks who looked great in the preseason. JJ McCarthy, both last year and this year. Let me know how that went through 2 games. It's been pretty brutal, but there's still a lot of time. Let's take advantage of it now. Let's also build out something in the single lineup simulator for the people as we get out of here, Spags. Your stack you want to build out is?
Give me Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart season. Oh, speaking of the aforementioned, we want to put him with neighbors, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that seems fun. Anybody contrarian at running back? Travion Henderson, we didn't talk about very much. I do like him to some extent, where maybe we just see Stevenson and Antonio Gibson sent to the shadow realm, but for whatever reason, Vrabel's just going to keep mixing in all these guys together. I'm not going crazy for it, but I'm just kind of wishful thinking for a lower owned running back. But anybody you like just off the board at running back?
Off the board at running back, as Swift, I guess, or I'll say Bucky, but I don't think you like Bucky.
Ooh, let's try Swift. Swift was actually grading out all right earlier, so we're gonna go to DeAndre Swift. Kind of like the idea of getting to a little bit of something different there as we round it out. We'll complete this lineup here. I threw in O'Marion Hampton just because, not like we weren't going to get him anyway. Yeah, but let's throw that in. Run lineup simulation, rounding out our program. Let's see. 66.6%.
The mark of the devil.
Spags, any final words for the people?
I think I'm feeling pretty devilish right now. In fact, my inspiration, Eric Lindquist, a lot like the relationship that we see on South Park, involved the devil as well. But a great stream here. Go play this lineup. If ever there's been a sign to play a lineup, it's when it says 666 right before the slate starts. So things are gonna be great. Go Vikings, go!
Oh.
And that was mean. I don't know why.
Yeah, what a dick. Anyway, this is Chris Spags. Get Puppet Lindquist out of here. He's an absolute joke, but I absolutely love you. At Chris Spags, go check him out over at Splash Play over on YouTube. But anything else you want the people to know as we get out of here and watch foosball?
No, go check out my Splash Play shows at Splash Play Pod on YouTube and Twitter. We'll be doing one for the Showdown tomorrow. I'll also be on Live Before Lock tomorrow with Loughy. So go check those out. And I'm happy to be here with you as always, Eric. You are a pleasure, even when your team is pooping in your mouth live on stream. And I think that's what people admire about you the most. It's what I admire about you the most.
Ron Burgundy, poop in your mouth. Anyway, we got Tails. If you guys are looking for more bets the rest of the day, head to tails.bet. Sign up at the video description box below. We'd love for you guys to check it out. I think you'll like what you see, just like I like what I see here with the simulated ROI. Let's get out of here. He's Chris Spags. He's awesome. I'm Eric Lindquist. I have my moments. We'll see you guys next week. Same time, same place. Skull.